Okay, maybe live now. Hello. Scene successfully switched to live, so it should be live. Hello guys, I have the chat phone on my hand now, so this is you guys. Hello, this is also, you can see the reflection, you guys are on a ring light. But yeah, let's see. I don't think the chat phone picked up on all of the chats, so I think I saw Mastema there. I'll actually have to check what the message was. I think it was about the notification about me. Can I be trusted with this? Can't believe this. But yeah, so I had this ongoing theme on the going live notification about something about trust, and I thought that was a fitting one for today. So yeah, hello guys. I'll check the thank you Skelly for being first and Mastema for being not first. Also can't believe Egguna are new here. Hello, I'm new here. I have never seen computers before. I'm so excited. Can't believe this. We get blocked by the chat, by the way. You get blocked by the chat. Oh yeah, so it comes on the side there. Yeah, I don't think I will be on the camera for too long, so I don't think that matters too much. Yeah, because I think I will then like turn you guys towards the machine then. But yeah, so hello guys, how are you guys? I'm seeing Skelly is on a train. Can't believe this. Hopefully on your way to Oulu. Nope, can't believe this. When shall we pick you up from the train station? I'm going to get the moving. Oh yeah, moving van, very nice. So when's the moving date? Is it soon then? I'm assuming it would be this weekend then. I'm thinking it's only like half the month, but halfway through the month I mean. Mini, yes. I didn't get the first or not the not first, so I had to get the next best thing. Oh yeah, true. And we don't have any like counters, because I know Nat has this like collect your plushie counters, so we could maybe make one of those. We just have like different Avant models there. But yeah, so the goal for today is, this is my old PC. Let's see if I can, you guys are on like a mic arm at the moment, so bear with me when I try to maneuver you guys. So the first goal is this, there is an HDD, like an old hard drive, so this guy here. So we will be scavenging from my old PC. The chat phone just crashed. I mean the chat application just crashed. Okay, now I have a connection again, very nice. The train internet is notorious for being absolutely horrible for these kind of things. Loving the yellow cover. Oh yeah, let's actually see that first. So the new case I have for the PC is also on is it NZXT or what's the NXZT, something like that. I'm not sponsored, so I can butcher their name. But this is my previous case, and you can see that the sort of like plastic parts, yeah, these are plastic, I guess, at least like painted, if not plastic all the way. And these are for some reason like hella yellow. This used to be a white case. And you can see like the insides are still the same white as it was before, but for some reason this thing has gone like hella yellow. I have no idea what's happened there, because you know, like in like 80s and stuff, like all of the plastic from back then is like already this kind of yellowish, but I think it was from the start, and this has just like gone like this over time. So let's see if the new case, because again I got a white case, so we'll see if that also ends up being like that. So I learned nothing. Not even using the train Wi-Fi. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, the white faded and turned yellow. Yeah, exactly. That's what happened here. ABS plastic in this day and age. What the hell? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That maybe they just like saved up on. So I'm curious with the new case if that happens again. So if they are like again still like to this day doing the same, because this is an old case, like I think 10 years or so. One of the first ones they came up with. So I guess it could be like justified by back then, like with expense and stuff, but I would assume and hope that the new one doesn't turn yellow like this. White ABS turns yellow with sun exposure. Okay, yeah, I didn't know that's like always the case with ABS. But I don't think this has like touched grass that much. But maybe it has been in the sun enough. But yeah, so the first thing we would do is to take out this HDD. It's actually quite a straightforward procedure. So there's this SATA connector here. We can just like, you have this connector on top, so you just push down on it and then you can remove it. And then there's this power connector on it, and I usually just wiggle them a little bit when I pull on them, and that's how I get them out. I don't know if there's like a better way to do it or not. And then this one I actually did some research beforehand, meaning I took my eyeballs and looked. So there's like this sort of like a, what would I call it? I'm thinking like a sled sort of. So there's like two screws. These are actually like hand screws, so you can just like unscrew them by hand. There's like two on both sides, and I'm assuming these are the only ones. So unless there's ones on the other side, but I think that would like defeat the purpose of this sled thingy here if they had like more than these two. So I'm assuming you can then just like pull it out after you have unscrewed these. And again, I have built this PC, so it's just that it's been years and years since I've done that. So it takes me back on a memory lane here. But yeah, so now we can just take this out. And this one, of course, there's like, let's turn you guys a bit backwards. So there's like screws underneath here, and they can dust as well. I think there will be dust everywhere here. But yeah, so these 4 screws, when we take these out, then we have like, we can take out this whole thing. I don't know if I actually take it out yet, because we might see what's it like in the new case I have. So yeah. Hard drive sled is a common term. Yeah, I guess I'm making up the common terms here. I've actually haven't really watched any like English speaking Let's Build things. So like there's this one channel I used to watch a lot of Biotech in like Finnish, and I still like subscribe to them and stuff, and every now and then look at their stuff, but haven't been watching them that much yet, like recently. So I don't think I have like the English terms for these things. So do catch me up on those. I could bring you plushies as chat redeems them if you want. You need to keep working on the thesis. Can't believe this. Can't believe this. But yeah, I guess if there are redeems, we could get those plushies from the surroundings. But yeah, hard drive sled, very nice. But yeah, so that's the first one. I think the second one is that we also need to take one of the SSDs. And those are of course on the other side. I was actually thinking, do we close this side already? I don't think we need anything from here. And it would be like nicer to put it on the table if all the cables were like in here and enclosed by the side panel, instead of like some cable being the utmost thing and being like pressured. So I think we'll take the side panel and attach that to. Let's see if I can get this correct. This is sometimes a bit winky wonky how you put them in, and you have to like press them on the correct places before you slide them. Sometimes you'll have like a gap here if it doesn't go on the, again I would say, rails that have been made for it. So then there's like the, let's see if I can tell you guys, it's like the screws to the side here. That's all. Hopefully that's all from this side. If not, then we'll have to open it again. But yeah, so then there's this one SSD. Let's turn this guy around. The problem is I have 2 here at the moment, like 2 of these old kind of SSDs. I think you guys are a bit tilted. Let's see if I can fix that. So that's the previous setup, and I actually don't have any idea which one is which. When's the last time we built a computer? Actually, I was thinking that myself, because like this one I built, it has been years and years, like maybe 5 years or so, but I actually did build a computer for my aunt maybe like half a year ago or something. So it hasn't been that long, like overall, since I built my last PC, but for myself it's been a long time. But yeah, so now we would need to try and identify which one is which, because I think there's like 2 SSDs here. One is at 1 terabyte and one is like maybe like 120 gigabytes or something. So I would like to get the larger one. I would maybe assume it's the Samsung one. So again, these have like these hand screws you can unscrew, and it should be again the sled. So we'll see what happens. It does slide out, but again, because of the cable being there, it doesn't move much. Unfortunately, there's nothing to tell you what it is. So I think we have to disconnect the cables and take a look at it. I'll try to disconnect the cables so that I don't drop them like away from here, because then if I need to reconnect this, that's no longer possible. So yeah, there's the, again, like 4 screws here I'm trying to see because there's some small amount of holes here, as you can see, where the sled goes in. I'm trying to see if I can get some hints on how large this one is, what's the capacity. But yeah, I think the texts are blocked, which would tell me the size of it. So let's unscrew this. I'll just unscrew this behind the camera, guys. Behind the camera's scenes. We'll get a behind the scenes footage after, surely. But yeah, Skelly, have you built your own PC? I'm assuming you have. So yeah, let's take this apart. Take this apart to see. Guess I could maybe try and tilt you forwards. This is a bit of a amateur setup here, like all around, so bear with me when I move you guys. I don't know how much of an educational stream this will be, but you'll at least know like the different components after this. So these are the hard drives, so how much space you have to download games and stuff. There's like 3 different types at the moment of these. So the old HDD ones, which are like mechanical disks with magnetic stuff spinning inside them, and then we have these sort of like old type of SSDs. So these 2.5 inch ones. Okay, so we did nail it. So this is the 1 terabyte one. I could maybe check, because I did put in like a note for myself which ones I need. So hopefully that was the one I needed. I think that's definitely should be the one. Definitely should be. Yeah, those are the 2 we need. Very nice. So this one and the previous one we took. Let's take those to the side. Now I guess we could put this sled back, and I think that's the smartest thing, just to put this back there. But I wonder if I should just like put these screws in there as well, just to not lose them. But yeah, there's nothing holding them in here, so I think we can't do that. So we'll just have to try and keep them safe. So let's just put that sled back there if we need to use that in some future build. So then we have 4 of these screws. I wonder where I take these, because I feel like these are the kind that you lose immediately after you set them anywhere. So let's put them to the side there, hopefully we won't lose them. I ordered it built since I got a whole new computer, used my graphics card. Okay, yeah, I see. I built my previous computer with the help of my friend like 8 years ago. Yeah, I done a couple of small upgrades, but never from the complete start. Oh damn, RIP connection can't believe this. But yeah, I was like in middle school when I built my first. Like my father was like walking us through it, me and my brother, like how to build one. And ever since then, I remember my father being like, "I will show you this once." So we were like, "Okay, we have to learn. We have to learn fast." Because again, my father was like, "I will only show you this once, and from now on, you'll have to do this yourself. I won't be helping you afterwards." So yeah, then I guess let's see, how do we get you guys? Because again, you're like on a microphone boom arm. So let's see if I can. Again, you can see like all sorts of stuff behind the scenes on our apartment. But yeah, if you're working with this, like the GPUs or the graphics card, you should always have the computer like lying down, like flat on the table, never like upwards position, because there's already the issue of like these things sagging, so you don't want that to be enforced by you, like with the gravity. I can imagine the teepä nyt ite from here on out. Yeah, exactly. And my father is notorious for like, he can tell you thing once, but he doesn't want to repeat himself, so you should be listening closely. But yeah, so this is the graphics card. This is usually the most expensive part on a PC. I think here it still is, depending on, like, assuming we're talking like the prices from the store, like not current prices, because of course this is an older one. So currently I don't think it's worth as much as for example, the CPU on the new one. But yeah, so we need to get this one out. There's a few screws here on the side that holds it in, and then there's of course the power cables we have to remove first. Then there's also like a lever underneath there. So we'll see if that's the case, because that's not always the case. Usually it's a lever, but sometimes it's like a hard stuck. I think I see it is a lever there, so I'll try to push that one. It can be taken out even if the lever is not like unlocked, but I don't know if that's a good thing. Like that's a bit rough maybe. So we'll hopefully don't need to do that. But yeah, so I'm gonna take the power cables first. Again, like gently swiggling while I pull it out. Is the way I tend to do this. Again, like ever so gently wiggle. And only like pull from the plastic parts, never from the cables. I think that's like granted or like obvious, but just to make sure you guys know that while we're on the subject. So now we don't have any power on it anymore. Then I'm trying to identify where's the switch for it. It's either this one there or then the other one on the side. Let's see if my fingers are long enough. I think this can be pushed down. Try to see from the other side too, but yeah, I don't think there's a lever we can switch. So let's see if we just unscrew the screws. So from the side here, depending on the size of your GPU, again try to move you guys a bit. So it can take like how many slots it takes depends on the size of it. So some of the newer ones like I think like the 90 series on these RTX cards are like 3090, 4090, 5090. I think they are, some of them are like thicker, so they can take like more than these two that this one has taken. What card is that? This is 3080, so RTX 3080, so an older one. Again, these are like hand screws, but I think they might be tight enough that I'll just use the screwdriver for it. At least to start out. Because I was like looking up the like raw performance differences between cards, like the 4000 series and 5000 series, and the raw performance hasn't really gone up that much. Like it hasn't, of course it has like gone up, but not significantly. Whereas with my like CPU, the difference was like night and day. So that's why I'm like reusing this GPU, because it didn't look like I'm getting a massive boost from upgrading. And this is also, like I mentioned, the most expensive part of a computer, so not getting a massive upgrade and having to pay a lot for it, this doesn't really sound smart for me, so that's why I didn't do it. So that's why we're reusing this GPU. But yes, so then we would need to take it out. This is basically the part I hate, because it's like hard to pull it out, like giving it a consistent pressure. Because again, you don't want to. It does lift up from the one side quite easily, but the other side seems to be a bit stuck. So maybe there is a lever. We'll try one more time if I can see that. Because they should be wide enough that you can like get to them on the side, but yeah, that's definitely not a lever. I think that's a part of the, yeah, that's a cable. So I guys can't believe, I guess we just have to use strength. Usually I would say that less strength you use, the better in these kind of things. So again, not really happy about this. It's also like you can see it's like lengthwise it's going underneath here, so that's also going to give us a bit of trouble. But yeah, let's try one more time. Trying to think, where can I pull it? I don't believe this, guys. Can't believe this. I can see the lever now. Let's see if I can. I would like to push it with something non-metallic, because there's a chance that with like stuff that's metallic, you could like do damage. So let's try the lever one more time, guys. It is a bit stuck. I'm still on my 8-year-old GTX 1080, very nice. Yeah, if you're not trying to run games at 4K at 120 FPS, you don't need a 1590 or even 3090. Yeah, and I guess the biggest improvement they've had is the like the DLSS and stuff. So that's mostly for like you mentioned, the bigger resolutions. Trying to push the lever down with this plastic thingy I found. Assuming that's the lever, hopefully it is. That didn't sound nice. Lever is just like flicking. Is it open actually? Might be. I think now it is. Okay, so lever is open, surely, hopefully. Now I just have to lift it so that we don't push it down, because if we do, then the lever locks again. Okay, now we're out. And now again, the space is a bit limited, so we'll try to put it upwards in an angle. Guys, we did it. So this is the 3080. Very nice. Does it even say it anywhere? Guys, have I been scammed? I don't think it even says that anywhere. Very nice. So yeah, this is the big boy. I think the 90 ones are even larger. So that's like mad. I wonder where do I put it? Maybe to the side here. So yeah, that's all the scavenging we need to do from this older PC. So then we can close this guy up. Because this does have an integrated like GPU from the motherboard. So from that sense, it should still be like able to boot and stuff. So if I need to get access to some of the stuff in it, that should still be possible. We'll see. I hadn't even thought of that before. My brother said that, do you have a integrated graphics card, which is like from the CPU then, but on the motherboard. Let's close this, or at least try to. Where are they? Can't believe this, guys. This screw is messing me up. Surely there's a... Oh, is it? Oh yeah, it's not... It didn't slide correctly. So one can wonder. So it's like there was a gap here underneath. So that's why it didn't go. It didn't go all the way. Okay, so those are now screwed in. So that's the old PC scavenged. So the first goal of the day is done. So we have the scavenged parts on the side there. So there's the GPU, so the graphics card, and then there's the 2 hard drives that we were supposed to scavenge. Surely you're going to do a clean install and remove some Microsoft products from your life. Can't believe this. Can't believe this. I actually have a USB stick there with a sticker saying like Windows 10, but that's like crossed over and there's like 11 now. So yeah, that's what we'll be getting on the new PC. Because I did have a Windows 11 on the previous one already, so it's just the same one again. But yeah, so I go get the case. I think that's the one we'll start with. I wonder where do I put you guys, because that will be massive. Let's put you guys there for now. So there's like a massive cardboard box coming in soon. The whole apartment is a bit of a maze at the moment. So bear with me when I go search for the case. Let's see if there's enough room to carry this. Already I'm ramming into stuff. Massive packet. I'm coming in. So here we have it. Like I mentioned, I still trust the NZXT on this. So that's the H7. So this should be again like a massive one, like the previous one was also a big boy. Big one. It's so fun being on Linux. NVIDIA surely won't be hostile as to the open source community. Yeah, definitely would never be. Surely not. Surely not. There's some dishwasher sounds there coming in. Let's open this. Let's open this guy. So I actually haven't opened most of these packages, so hopefully they have what they should inside them. Because otherwise it will be a shorter stream with me being there like, okay guys, we got a sack of potatoes instead of a whatever we were wanting to get. So yeah, let's see. There's also going to be like a massive amount of boxes, and I think like padding and stuff. Yeah, I can already see this is like the styrofoam madness inbound. This usually makes a lovely noise. Wasn't too bad here, I don't think. Let's just eat them around the house for now. There's some kind of cardboard here. Let's see if I can take this out by myself. Might be interesting. Maybe if it's on the side. I will drop it on the floor. Yeah, Elina suggested I cut it out. I guess that's an option we could have as well. Because I think we regardless have to like cut out the cardboard a bit too when we like recycle it. So I'm not gonna be saving this box. No need. So let's just butcher this cardboard box then. Crunch, crunch. But yeah, I don't have the chat phone on my chest, so there might be more of a delay than usually when I'm reading the chat. Apologies for that. Also, hello to Bastian. What? You're gonna move whole Narnia from your closet in that thing? Yeah, that's that is the case. Also, hello to Bastian. Hello, how are you? Have you been to the Asuntomessut? We were there yesterday. It's a thick cardboard here, guys. Let's hope that there's like nothing vital I'm cutting through. I guess there was like a styrofoam on that side there, so surely not. Crunch, crunch, crunch. So yeah, that's the big reveal, guys. More styrofoam. Winning. But I guess still the question is, do we just like try to slide it out? If we had it the other way around, we could maybe slide the cardboard out of it. So let's turn it around if we have space. I do have the whole table for this basically, but it is a extremely flimsy IKEA table, so I have zero faith in it. So yeah, let's try again. How is this such an absolute struggle? There we go. Now we have this massive box, half-cut box. Oh, sorry, I smacked you guys with it. I wonder where do I put it. Just on the floor, I guess. So yeah, here we are. You guys tilted again, I guess you are a bit. So yeah, let's see, what's the roof, what's the front part? I wonder. There's some caution. This is not a toy, guys. The bag is also not a toy. No messages for me. Noticed your stream from yesterday, but had to work, so only saw you deciding to go backwards. Oh yeah, we went for some ice cream there. So all work today as well. Can't believe this. Can't believe this. But yeah, again I'm wondering what side is the front part? Sorry about the squeaky noises. That's the joys of working with this styrofoam material. Let's actually rotate it one more time. Clunk. This is a tight fit. There we go. Trying not to spam you guys too much with the sound. So there's a note, cable management, pictures and help. We'll read through these at some point. It's been too long since I ordered. I don't know which way this guy is. It's only been a few days, but apparently my memory is as good as a goldfish. Rats in your styrofoam, yeah, that is true. That is very much the case. Let's turn it like this, remove this guy as well. Okay, so now I think it's like it should be, like how it would be upwards. But yeah guys, this bag is not a toy, so there's a risk of you guys suffocating. Let's put you guys inside the bag, test out, test this theory out. I think this is also quite spammy. But yeah guys, we can put you guys in the plastic. Try to breathe there, boys. No, just kidding. Can't believe this. But yeah, so this is the new case. I'll turn it around so you guys can see it better. Let's go and see behind the camera. What's it looking like? Not too bad. I think it's a bit more, I guess it's a lot more simplistic than the previous one. It's also like less yellow, at least for the time being. Let's hope it stays white this time. I think this one is all metal, so I don't think there's plastic parts on this, so I'm having high hopes this one stays white. I thought it was going to be a big boy, but that seems pretty average. Yeah, actually, yeah, true. Yeah, it's not looking larger than like the... I guess it might be a bit wider than normal, I don't know. I guess we could like put up the other one, the previous case I had, because this one I think is larger than normal, this previous one I had. So I'll just hoist this up next to it. So I guess, yeah, it is wider. But like otherwise it's of similar size. From the box you could maybe have assumed that it would have been like an enormous one. But yeah, it is a large case, but I guess within the same size than the previous one I had, which is good, because if it had been much wider, I don't know if I could have like fit it in on the table I have. So behind the screens I have, because I don't know if I can turn you guys there, but that's the setup I have. Like these massive screens here. There's a 48-inch screen in the middle, and I think those were 28-inch screens on the sides. So there's some limited space behind there. So we'll see if this is narrow enough for that. But yeah, so then I guess we could open there and maybe like remove the glass panel here. I wonder how that happens. There's like a lever here. I wonder if that's all is needed. Or if I don't see any screws anywhere. There's none here underneath either. Surely it's that. Guys, I'm stressing a little bit. Oh yeah, that's there. That's how you take them out. Yeah, there's also like, I'll show you guys, sort of like hooks there at the under part. So you first put them on the hooks there, and then you put the upwards, like the upside there. But yeah, I'll just put these to the side for now. Hopefully it remains whole. We don't destroy it. Gonna lurk for the rest of my journey. Connection absolute garbo. Can't believe this. No worries about lurking though. Very much appreciated. we can take a little suffocating as well, but one more card and I'm gonna start practicing some voodoo. What do you mean one more card? Oh yeah, there's 2 red cards, can't believe this. It's okay, we can take lots of smacking, didn't hurt a bit. Damn, I mixed things up again. It's hoodoo I need to learn. Can't believe this. But yeah, so we now have a lot of room to work on. So I think the next part I usually do on my, because I don't want to forget, there's like isn't an IO shield, I think, and it goes on the back of the case. Try to get you guys where it goes to. So it's in here. So here we have an IO shield, I think that's what it's called. So it's like for like surge protection and type, so if there's like any electricity from like your touch or whatever, it can be grounded. And it's for the motherboard, so I'll go get the motherboard box then. So that's the one coming up next. Because the IO shield is always made up like for the motherboard, because that's what the connections from it are for, so it makes sense when you see it. So let's take it out first. So I have the, I don't know if I need to like move you guys to see everything, but take you guys a bit here like this. Oh yeah, and then we need to move the angle as well. Whoops. Let's put you guys on my lap like this. So this is the motherboard box. There's some cardboard insets here as well. Some cables. Oh, this is actually an antenna for the Wi-Fi. So I think this might be my first motherboard with Wi-Fi. Because like at some point it seems that after a certain price point they all have it. But beforehand I don't think that was the case, so I think that's some of the new thing. I thought those were just for the looks. Yeah, I guess to some extent I don't know how like needed they are, but yeah, that's I guess the intended use for them is that if there's ever like any currents coming from wherever, they also get like grounded to the case. So from my understanding that's what they are for. So yeah, let's take this out. We should have it underneath there somewhere, surely. Surely it comes with that. Let's see. Wait, what? Guys, do we not have an IO shield? That would be weird. That would be a first. Is it somewhere on the... It might still be somewhere in this box here, I guess. Let's see. Let's see, guys. Oh yeah, actually it's integrated, so it doesn't have a separate one. So it's on the card there. So you can see it's not like a removable one. So that's another way to do it, I guess. I think I've seen one of these before. I just hadn't, like, I already had forgotten that that's another way to do it. So yeah, so if you have like a separate one, you just put that in. But in here the motherboard has like an integrated one. So that's all good. That's all good. But yeah, usually you have a manual like this where it like shows you where all the connectors are. This is really useful. Like I guess even for like a professional, I'm an amateur, so not for me, I like need it to see regardless, but even for like a professional, I feel like you have to go in here and check a few things now and then. Because here you can see like if you for example have just 2 RAM sticks, so just 2 memory sticks, which ones do you use? Usually it's like the first and third, or then like the second and fourth. So usually not 1 and 2, because you have like usually 4, well depending on the motherboard, if you have like 4 slots and you won't be using all of them. Then the one other thing that I usually need to go to this for is the pins for like the reset and like boot up and those kind of things. So for like the LEDs on the front, like power LEDs and stuff like those. So those are usually also shown here. What's the order? Because they are sometimes printed. Usually they are also like printed on the motherboard, but you can usually read it better here. Try to see where are they in this one, so that I could like show you guys. There's so many. Okay, so there's the front panel system. So I'm assuming it's these ones. These ones here. Let's see. I don't know how well the camera makes it readable. How readable is the text? It looks to me a bit blurry for you guys. But yes, so the number 7 is the Wait, what? How do the numbers work? There's so many sevens. Or is it just the steps here? Let's see. Connect everything to the motherboard. Oh yeah, so here you have there's like a picture here. How do you put in the power LEDs and the power switch and stuff? That's just so that you can like connect when you like press the power button on the case. It actually like powers up the PC. When you hear like people saying that they have started their PC with a screwdriver, that's just means that you look up what these two like irons, whatever you need to connect, and if you put then like screwdriver between the right two ones, then it's like starts up the PC, same as you would like pressing the button. So it doesn't make it any, it's not any fancier than that. Maybe a little support for the connectors as well. Surely this yeah. It's a fancy one, pre-installed IO shield and all. Yeah, it's looking like this is a fancy one. It's on sale. It was on sale, so that I think that's the only part I had on this build that was on sale. So that's the excuse I have for getting a fancy motherboard. But yeah, so there's some other stuff you could also use it for. But usually I prepare the motherboard so that I like install the like RAM sticks and like the CPU and stuff like that before I put it inside the case. I'm also thinking if there's something else. I guess the M2 SSD is something I could also like prepare already. But yeah, so we don't have an IO shield separately here, but if you do, just have to go here and like just take it out and like again install it to the back of the case. Just have to be mindful which way it goes, because of course again you have to like think on like how will the motherboard go in the computer, and that's all you need for that. But yeah, so we can I guess take this box away for now. Take out the motherboard and start working on it. I guess there's the one question is like if you only have one M2 SSD, which slot should we use? Trying to see the picture, where are those even? There's one on the side there. I think this one had more than one slot for them. I think maybe at least two or maybe three even. There's at least three. No, yeah, there's 4 M2 sockets. Okay, so the first one is right underneath the CPU there. And then there's 3 more underneath, but that's like underneath the GPU, so the graphics card. So CPU I think is like central processing unit or something. Prepare the components, guys. Install key components. Install memory. So yeah, here actually is the picture. If you have like different amounts of RAM sticks, so like the memory sticks, like central memory. So if you only have one, you put it on the, trying to see, I think it's the first one, yeah, but it's like the second one on the out of the 4. And if you have 2, you put them in the A2 and B2, and if you have all 4, then you put of course to all of the slots. I have all 4, so for me it didn't like matter. And here you have the M2 SSD guides as well. So usually just go through these as you go along. Usually the closest to the CPU. Yeah, I think we start with the number 1. I think I read online that the second one here is like not supposed to be used unless like absolutely needed, because there's something like it shares the bandwidth with the graphics card. So the second slot is something you would not like to use if not necessary. There's also the difference between like the PCIe, I guess those are letters. So there's like a X5, X4, like depending on how fast it needs, and I think the first 2 are the fastest ones. And I actually have the hard drive I bought is the one that needs the fastest. I think it's X5 is the newest and fastest one. Or is it just version 5? I don't know. But anyways, so I will need to use the first slot on this one. And if I had like slower ones, I could use the 3rd and 4th. But yeah, not for this. Not for this build, at least for the time being. But yeah, so we'll take out the motherboard and start working on it. It comes in this I think this is something like electrical, like resistant, or I don't know what's the word for it. But yeah, so this bag like prevents electricity from going in and out. So it's like protected from electrical stuff. So if you need to hold these, like store them for long times, you should try and get the similar one to where they came in. So you should usually save these bags if you are able to. Sorry for the sound, just the cardboard here. I usually tend to do it like on top of the cardboard. So if I have to press down a little bit, it's better that there's the cardboard underneath than just like straight up table. So I usually do keep them on these bags and on top of the cardboards. But that not meaning that I keep them inside the bag, because that's hardly something I can use for working. But yeah, so we need to be careful when we take these out, so that we don't put in like pressure on stuff that we don't want to. Then we just pull out the bag like this, and now we don't want to touch it. There's no consent, so we can't do that. So now I'm thinking, which way should I turn it? So here's the place for the memory sticks, we can add those. Then there's this should be the first slot for the M2 SSD. I think underneath these are then the 3 others, because here's the one for the graphics card. So it's like upside down at the moment, so maybe we should turn it the way it makes the most sense. So like this way. I guess for you guys it's like a sideways view regardless how messed up you guys are. But actually I can't really rotate you that much, so I can't like turn you guys so that you would be seeing the way I'm seeing it, unfortunately. But yeah, so I guess it doesn't matter where do we start with these. There's also like stickers you can remove. I don't think we are in a rush to do that yet. There's also I think more stickers here, so to prevent like fingertips on the stuff. The one thing I'm curious about is this graphics card, because it's looking like there's a lever here. Oh yeah, so this is actually smarter than the one I had before, because like you saw before, I was having trouble unlocking this hinge. But in here it's like extended so that it's like all the way here. So I think this one will be easier to unlock when we need it. So when you put in the graphics card here, it like goes a bit underneath this guy. And if you need to remove it, you just like flick this switch on the side here. So that's all good. But yeah, we definitely don't want to put in the graphics card yet. So that's like one of the last things, if not the last thing we do. So we need all the other stuff before that. And also on the CPU, so there's like this lever handle here that when you put it in, then you just like lock it like this with the lever. There's also this plastic thing. I think if you just open it, it should come out. Or can you just maybe take it? Oh yeah. So when you put in the CPU, that plastic thing flies out. If it's put in correctly, that is. There's also like a tail on the CPU. So which way do you put it? There should be like I'll go and see if I can see it. Yeah, actually in this one it's here on the side. So on the CPU there's like this triangle on one corner. And usually it's like somewhere here you can see the triangle. Now it's like printed on this plate. So you know that it's on this side. So you just have to align the triangles, and then you know it's like going in correctly. Because if you put it in like wrongly and just press it down, that messes up your CPU and could mess up your motherboard as well. Okay, gotta go pick up the van. Good luck on building, thank you very much, and also have fun driving the van. Those are the most pleasant things to drive, surely. But yeah, I think it's still exciting for you with the move and stuff coming in. At least like afterwards. Like I don't think it's that much exciting, like knowing that there is gonna be a move in ahead of you, but afterwards I at least feel like it's always a nice thing with new place and stuff. But yeah, I think we can like start with whatever. I guess since we opened this guy, we might already put in the CPU, because we don't want it to be like open for business. We could close it again, I guess, but doesn't matter what the order is here. So I'll just open the CPU package. These are also like funny, because this is like one of the most expensive parts, not again after the graphics card, but like there's this massive box compared to the size of the actual component. And again, this component here is like wrapped in a plastic here and all that stuff. So the size is truly something. But yeah, you can actually, I think under a microscope, you can like zoom in on these, and you can see that they are like made with like nanotechnology and stuff. But yeah, so here you can see this guy, there's this triangle on this corner here, and again this guy has the triangle on this side here, so we just drop it in there, and I tend to do it so that I try to hold it from all the sides so that it goes in as smoothly as possible. I try to wiggle it, not like so that it would move, but again just so that it doesn't move. So then I know that it has gone in there like all the way. There's a difference between AMD and Intel, with Intel having the, I think they're like reverse in a sense that the other one has like the metal rods coming out, but they still work the same, like regardless of how it's made. But yeah, so then we drop this guy in here, and then we close this valve. And now that we close it, it should shoot out the plastic. Well, actually didn't. That was anticlimactic, so it just came loose. I've seen them like jump out. I think I've had that already before, so that they like jump out. So that's. But yeah, so this is here to like hold it in place. So now there's like it doesn't move at all at any way and shape or form. And then this is where you put in the cooling paste. So then you put in a cooler. These usually, like back in like when I was in middle school and stuff, they came with a stock cooler, so there was like a cheaper cooler with them. But even then, I don't think many people use them with them. I guess it depended on like if you were using them for gaming or whatever, so if you needed more cooling or not. But nowadays I don't think, it depends maybe on the model, but I don't think it's too common for them to come with fans anymore. So I think that's like in the past, because people will regardless buy like better ones, so it doesn't make sense for them to send in like cheaper ones. But yeah, so that's the CPU installed. Then we'll have to open the screws here to put in the M2 SSD. So this guy here, again I will open the package. So yeah, I guess this build here will go until we get it. We can try to get it, let's see if it comes up, like if it boots. So basically if there's gonna be power in it, if that works or not. And I guess that's where we'll have to end it, because then I will start like installing Windows and stuff on it, and like that's not something I can stream, because there's like personal info and stuff like that coming in. So we'll basically call it finished when we get the build done, not when we get the like games and stuff installed, if that makes sense. But yeah, so this is this was the package. Interesting. Let's hope there's something in it. Oh, that's apparently there's a lid. Oh yeah. I was like absolutely scammed when there was just like a note, like an envelope. It's actually also like glued in here, so it's like hard to get out. Let's hope there's nothing that can't be bent inside here. I think this is just like manual or something. In before it like doxes me, there's like my first name and last name. They knew who would be buying this. But yeah, they usually have like a warranty. Yeah, this is warranty statement, also installation guide. I guess for these guys there's not that much installation. Like I don't know if the guide is actually necessary here. There's some like, I remember actually failing that once. So there is like usually like a cooling pad on this, at least on the newer motherboards, and that one like is like usually like a cooling gel, like pillow sort of, on the top of the. So when I remove these screws, it could be that there's like this padding underneath it, and there might be like a sticker you need to remove, and I left it unremoved once, so I can admit that there was an amateur maneuver there when I first did it. But yeah, I don't see because there was supposed to be like instructions here, but it's in gazillion different languages, and I don't know if there's the warranty. Okay, so here's the how to install it. So I don't know if there's much to this, but yeah. So the basically the thing to know about these is that there's different lengths. There's the PCIe and then the version, so whether it's like 3 or 4 or 5, and that's something you should align with your motherboard. And then there's the difference between the length here, and the length here, there's like usually the motherboards support different lengths, so there's like a place you can screw them on, like different lengths, but you might have to move something so that it like aligns with the length you have. So we'll see what's the case here. But yeah, so basically they go in like angle, and then you press them down for the place where you screw it, and that's all there is to it, unless you have to like remove the sticker for the cooling pad. So that's I guess the only thing that there could be with it. But yeah, so the package here is quite cheap, but again, like, you don't really need the packages to be expensive as long as the stuff in them works. So again, these are really simple looking. So there's the connector on one end, and then there's like this, it looks to me like it's grounded, so that's why there's like this copper sort of element visible. Could be even like something else than copper, like it could be messing, I don't, if that's bronze, I guess, but regardless. So there's the two sides, one is the connector and one is where it's like attached to the motherboard. But yeah, so we'll see when we open this guy here. I'll have to take the screwdrivers out again, because this looks to be like it's a smaller screw. So let's see what screwdriver should we use. Where did I actually leave that? There's the previous one. Let's see if this one works. It does. So we'll unscrew this guy. Fancy people with like expensive gear, they have like electric screwdrivers and stuff, but this again is the amateur channel. You're on the amateur channel now, guys. I think this should come out like all the way. We'll see. I loosened the screw. It didn't feel like it came out all the way, so it could be that it's not only, it's meant to be like unscrewed and then you can just hoist it up. Yeah, that seems to be the case. That seems to be the case. Oh yeah, and then on newer motherboards, some of them also have this like speed lock on these. So here it also seems that you can like just like open this, like press it down and release, and that locks it up. So sometimes you don't even need to screw it, and that already works. Yeah, so let's see the underneath here. Yeah, so that's the case. So underneath here you can see there's like this cooling pillow here, and this one here has a tape. So you can see that when I start peeling it, like it comes out. So that's one I've done this mistake once, that I haven't removed this peel, because it's for cooling that guy, and if there's like this layer of plastic in between, that's not good for the cooling. So do check that as well. But now I guess the question is if that speed handle thing is at the right length. I don't think there's a way to maneuver it too much. It looks to be, let's hope. So this goes again in a sort of like an angle. Push it in as far as it goes, like this. Then you push it down. I guess you can push it down from the middle there. And that's there now. So again, this was like a speed lock, and if I need to take it out, I just push this one, and you can see it like hoists up. So that's an easy way to put them in. Again, I feel like it's a bit, I don't know how to say it, redundant maybe, but it's for me it's a bit weird. You would have like speed switches for these, because I don't know how many people go in and like switch these daily or like even monthly. Because like I feel like when you put them in once, you like no longer need to touch them. The one thing I'm seeing now, actually I'm curious about this. Oh yeah, because I was saying that there's like one screw here that you are supposed to attach the, like, tighten the motherboard onto the case. So here you can see there's like the different screw holes here, and that's for getting this motherboard attached. But in this one here, there's like this hole, so you can still get to it even if you put this guy back in. So we can put this back to where it was. Oh yeah, first of course we have to not make the same mistake again, so we have to remove this. Now it's on camera, so guys, I have removed it. Hello. Try not to drop it too hard. Let's hope it didn't smack it. And I guess I'll try to tighten the screws a bit on both sides. I don't know if I think this one's on the right location, but I don't know if the other one is this one either. Might be that it's not. Okay, now I think it's, yeah. So now it's on the right spot, and then we'll just have to get the other side as well. This moves about a bit much. Trying to find the, where did it open completely? No. Trying to find where the screw was on this side. Somewhere there, I guess. We'll see. Luckily we're not in a rush. Imagine if we had like a tight schedule that okay, this needs to be done by this and this date. Okay, now we're just spinning the other one just came loose. Hello. Luckily we put the channel name as amateur, so no one can expect any professional level work here. Are we screwing it in the spot or not? Doesn't feel like we are. Let's take a gander from the side. Okay, now we are in the... Let's maybe put the one side further a bit so it doesn't come out on its own before we try to see the other side. Or maybe the other side is good. Let's see. You can basically like feel it when you work on this, that whether they are where you want them to be. So it looks to me that it's a bit wonky. Like it's not... Oh yeah, that part I don't think that's correct. Let's take it out. Because I guess the padding pillow here helps. Can't believe this. Okay, now it's loose. Let's try to find the screw hole we need to put it on. It would be easier if I saw underneath it, but there's hardly any way to do that. So here I'm hoping I'm on the right spot. You can basically feel when you're screwing that you're on like a thread or not. So that's hopefully in the middle. Looks to me like it's good. So now we have the padding there and stuff. So we have the proof here that we did it with the sticker from the heating or like the cooling element, I guess. What's the LGTM short for? I'm trying to think of different acronyms that could be. Let's go to something. But yeah, so there's also the thing that with like, depending on what your processor is, and then these, however you connect or like install the cooler, so you might have to change these holders here. So we'll see that. I think that's something we could maybe go and get the package. Looks good to me. Okay, yeah, that's a good thing. Hello, thank you for that. Yeah, I think this is already good. So then we would have to put in the RAM, and then again, like I was saying, that these might have to be changed. So the cooler manufacturers usually like come with the different mounts for their stuff. So I guess we could go in and take out bring out the cooler as well and open that package to see how it connects, because sometimes they do attach to these like pre-made ones or the ones it comes with, but sometimes you have to like unscrew these and put in whatever they want instead. But yeah, so let's go get the cooler. I think this is my first build with the like an all included water cooler. So it's usually, I think it's AIO, or is it AOI? That's like short for like all in one, so it has to be AIO. Yeah, so it's all in one, and that means that it's like a closed system. So you can and like start bending pipes and make have a separate pump unit and just like bend those pipes yourself to connect to the like cooling elements and stuff. But that's actually usually more expensive than like getting these all in one systems. So it's more like for hardcore hobbyists. I think at some point it would be nice to make a computer with like pipes and stuff bent by myself for the cooling, but that's hardcore, and it would need to be like a computer that I don't like necessarily need immediately, because this one I have to work on, so it can't be like waiting for months and months. So this one, if we can't get it to work today, I will have the whole weekend to try and see why not, but I'll have to get it working by Monday. But I guess I could still go to the office. Don't have to work remote, but it would be nice. But yeah, so I will actually show you guys briefly. This is the AIO, so all-in-one liquid cooler from Cooler Master, and I'll just open the package to see how it installs on the. If I can open the package, that is. How does it open? Guys, this is a test, intelligence test. It looks like one of those things that you can like open from the side, but it seems to be glued from there. So maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know if this is how you're supposed to open it. Yeah, definitely not. Guys, that means this package will not be reused after the way I'm opening it. I came in saying that you're not supposed to use strength in this, and I'm just like ripping some cardboard boxes. Did something get pricked, or are you just stealing parts from your old PC, or what is going on? Yeah, when I was streaming the Finnish Cottage Simulator last weekend, the CPU I had was like dying. It is a 7 years old one. It was like I think it was i7 and like 9700K was my previous CPU, and that was like struggling, like truly struggling. So that's why I was thinking that since we've been talking that I would be streaming gaming during the winter, since the construction will be on pause during the winter times, that I will be streaming during that time. So I was thinking that okay, we'll need to upgrade the PC before that happens, because if we're already like dying on games like Finnish Cottage Simulator, I don't think we can like do much gaming, hardcore gaming with the PC I had. So that's the story behind why we started with the upgrades. So yeah, so here I have I was sorry for you guys not seeing anything, but here I have a bag of goodies from the Cooler Master, all in one liquid cooler. I'm trying to see if there's a manual here, because usually that's the easiest way to get a answer to the question of how is this meant to be installed. Surely there's some paper with this guy, but so far I'm not seeing any. Oh yeah, there it is. There's a note here, warranty information. Is there anything else? Because usually they do come up with something like this, and this is how you do it. Oh, there's another note. Hopefully this one is the one I'm looking for. Okay, maybe this. Let's put the box down for now. And then we'll look at the manual together. I will have to put it like this way so you can read it as well. So here we have two different irons. The one is for 1700 and the one is for 115 and /1200. So I'm assuming those for Intel. Let's hope there's another picture for AMD. Oh yeah, so you can see the title there as well. So with the Intel there's I think it's like chipset, or that's I guess the name for it. But yeah, so let's go forwards, and hopefully there's one for AMD as well. So here we have AMD socket AM5 and 4 and 3 and etc. So for those, let's see what's the intended way to. Okay, so here you can see the intended way is to screw these sort of like you got baited. But these then go onto the plastic ones that we have here. So you can see that the ones on the motherboard, they are the ones that we have there currently. So you don't need to change anything if you do this for the AMD one. So if you were to do the Intel processor, you would need to remove these and then put in the iron that they gave you. But yeah, so we'll look through this when we get it. But just so that if I had to change these mounts here, I would rather do it before it's inside the case. So that's why I looked this up now instead of later. But yeah, so that's good to know. Very nice. I can see the CPU thinking now this is a game I can die for when playing some cottage simulator. Yeah, it was also interesting because then I like checked up like RimWorld, which is a game I was thinking I would be like might be streaming during winter time. Is that okay? That seemed to be working quite okay, but I do know that it like starts out quite light. Like RimWorld is a game that like gets, since there's like more and more people coming in, like the attacks on your settlement like get increasingly larger and larger and then stuff like that. So it's like when you start out, it's hard to tell if there's enough, if you have enough power to run it, like actually run it, or if it's just that it starts out calm enough for it to work. But yes, so then we can put in the memory sticks. So I have 4 in total. So that's why we didn't really have to stress on which slots do we use, since we'll be using all of them. And here there's this one thing that you need to notice where the gap is on these memory sticks, because they are usually, it depends on like if it's DDR4 or 5 or whatever, that like it's in a bit of a different location. It's also extremely stuck on the container, whatever that's called. So yeah, this is one of the sticks. These ones don't have anything exposed, so you don't really have to stress where you're holding them on. But again, you can like go to the side here and see that whether it goes like this, or then like this. There's also the I think there was a rule here that the texts go towards the CPU. I'm assuming like there was a rule. I can't actually remember it. How did it go? Because I feel like the texts on this one, there's like text on both sides, but I think the stickers go towards the CPU, or it could be that the side without the stickers go on the other side than the CPU. But there's like a memory rule there. But yeah, so I think the easiest way is to just like align them here and see that okay, it doesn't go like this, there's no way, and just go with that. There's also usually these guys, there's like a you can see here, there's like a lever again, so you unlock these levers, and sometimes they have levers on both sides. I feel like that's a bit rarer nowadays. So that's, I think usually it's nowadays only on one side, but I do remember there were some that had both sides with the levers. Gonna get some cheap spare parts for me, the old one, to rise from the ashes as a stream PC, or was it that you already have some hardware for that? Yeah, the old PC only basically now lacks like a graphics card so that it could be used. We were thinking that because Elina would like to start gaming again as well. So if at some point we come up with like a, because I guess we then have like 2 options with the graphics card. So either I get like a better one for this one, and then we can again give the 3080 that this will now get from like scavenged from the previous PC. We'll put that back there. So that's one option. Or then I guess we could like get the cheaper GPU for that one. But the thing is that like I guess you would need to have like bought one used or something to get like a much cheaper than what you get like 3080 for. Because I feel like it doesn't make sense for me to buy like a similar kind of GPU for this one. So I feel like it would need to be like an improvement for this for it to make sense. So I guess that's the big debacle here. But again, like I mentioned earlier, the problem with the graphics card for me is that like when I compared the power on the CPU, so the processor, to the one I had previously, the previous one, so the 9700K from Intel, was 74% worse or like slower than this new one I have here. So the difference between CPUs within this like 7-ish years has been like massive. Whereas when I like look through the raw performance of the 3080 to something like 5080, there's like a 20% or something difference, and that to me doesn't warrant the price, because again the price with the graphics card is immense. So for that sake I was like, yeah, I don't think I want to invest on a graphics card just yet. So that's the problem we have with the graphics cards, is that they haven't been really improving that much. Again, gonna go and take a peek that the lines align. Yeah, they do. So here you need to be gentle with your push, because you don't want to like push it. You can, I guess, sort of push it one end at a time, but I would suggest you do it sort of evenly, and it should snap when it goes in. and the hinge should close when you do it. So that's one installed, and I think it gets harder the more you put them in, because there's like less space to push them in when you have them like right next to each other. But yeah, so as you can see with the colors here, there's like black and black, and then there's like gray and gray. That's also to indicate that you shouldn't be putting them on like then ones next to each other, but instead like one between, because there's like A1, A2, and then B1, B2. But yeah, so we have 3 more memory sticks to install, so we'll continue. But yeah, so I guess the long-term plan would be to get the old PC to rise from the ashes as well. But yeah, my brother just reminded me that maybe it has like a integrated CPU GPU on the motherboard, so I think I can get it to like boot into Windows already. So like if I have like forgotten something or need to get some files or whatever, I think I should be getting it, because there is a like integrated graphics. I don't know if it's a card necessarily, but like it can draw image just from the motherboard, so that should be a possibility. Again, carefully pushing. You can basically see from each other that they are all at the same depth. That also helps, knowing that they are all good, unless you have like bonked them all. Assume you haven't like messed up all of them. That's also a possibility, surely. So yeah, then we have 2 more sticks. So many memory sticks. But yeah, how old is, Sebastian, your PC? I feel like you might even have older CPU than I do. Because my brother was like surprised how old my CPU was, because he was thinking that his was older than mine, but he did update a bit after I got mine, so his is a newer one. That's the 3rd one in there. You might have seen also like some horrible videos online where people like bent these guys when they push them down. So you should be mindful of the direction you're pushing. Be mindful, guys. And I also tend to save these like containers that I've gotten the RAM in, because they are really small, and I feel like if you ever have to like sell them or for whatever reason store them, I feel like those containers they come in are really handy for that. I think mine was from 2016 or so. Now it's December 24, you remember? Oh yeah, you did get an upgrade. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, I had already forgotten about that. So there's some upgrades there. Noise. True. Did that go in where I wanted it to go? Okay, yeah, I did. It's just weird because it's like it looks like it's already going out, like it's not going inside the rail it's supposed to go into. But yeah, I don't know if it picks up on the mic, but there's like a clear snap when these guys go in. And if you push more on one side, I would like suggest you do it on this side where there's like the lever that can be opened. So for that sake, I feel like there's some differences to this. But yeah, as long as you get them like snapping on both ends, that should be all good. But yeah, so now we are basically, I'm trying to think if there's anything else we need to do on here before we put it inside the case. Let's see the pile of stuff we have around us, if there's anything. I don't think there is. Again, the cooler for the CPU is one that connects to these brackets here, so we don't need to do anything about that. But there was still no issues with the old computer, except that it didn't support Windows 11 out of the box, and I couldn't game like even Path of Exile 1 or Diablo 3 properly without occasional dying from loading times. Yeah, Yeah, I also had like I had the secondary PC that I now like run this like IRL streams through. So that's the where the Bella box sends the image. That also had the issue that you weren't like you didn't pass the requirements for the Windows 11. So I also had to do like some small amount of changes to that one. Now, like looking backwards, I just should have like upgraded my PC because now I guess I could make this older PC the stream PC sort of. So now I have like an extra PC that I don't know what to do with. But again, like Elina wants to game, so I guess that's where it goes then. So I guess I do know sort of hello. But yeah, so let's crack on then. There's so much, as you can see, like different kinds of containers and stuff coming out. So you should have a, I don't know, trash can or whatever, something nearby too. Because again, I don't think I need these warranty statements and stuff anywhere. Let's clean up a bit here. Because we do need the whole table for these upcoming steps, I think. So yeah, we have a lot of empty boxes. I think we're like 1/3 of the way maybe with this build here. Because again, I think the longest parts are there, like the wirings and stuff. So when we start putting in the power cables and those kind of things, depending on how nice you want them to be, because there's like a difference between like putting them wherever and putting them nicely. So we'll see which one we go for. So if we go for the hasty one or not. But yeah, so we can take this motherboard to the side for now and take a proper look on the case. So I think we'll turn the case around. I see there's like cables on the other side of it, so there might be like a box with screws and stuff on the case. So we'll take a look. Take a look what's in there. I think I will also take a sip of water. I'm gonna sneak a sip. Like that. But yeah, so we'll open is it like the back panel of the case as well. Let's take you guys here. Can't believe I got a Chaggening redeem. Can't believe this. I'll turn the case first. There's like rubber feet on it, so that's why it like bounces here. But yeah, so how do we open this side then? I'm assuming it should be openable at least. There's usually screws here, but at least I don't see any. I'm curious. Guys, I'm shocked. How do I open this case? I need to start googling. I don't see any. Or is it actually on the bottom? I think that's a possibility as well. I don't see anything here either. Surely it can be removed. Surely, guys. Help me. This is a new case for me, so I haven't seen this one before. It sort of has like this part here. I don't know if you can see it. Is it on camera? I think it is. Like this part here would make me feel like I would need to pull from here. But it's definitely something you can pull on. Sorry about this jumping sound. Trying to see where it could be connected. Because I think sometimes you get the roof out. I think we'll have to just get your sticky fingers on it and pull back. This, I don't know if that's the... What is the mechanism in the open side? On the open side there was like a lever here. So you just like pulled the lever and it like folded downwards, and they were like these two things here, and like just you can put it back like that. But I don't think this one has the same kind. Or maybe it does. I'm trying to see if there's anything I can, like if there's some buttons or something I could press. But I think the side of it is completely solid. So if it was the same, I don't know where would I like pull it from. But yeah, it can be pulled from there. Is it actually the same? Yeah, it might be. It's just that there's like magnets. Maybe. Yeah, I think there are magnets there. So that's why it was just like harder. So yeah, I think this bottom here, you just like put the lip like this. And it's actually, it will be interesting to get these aligning. Yeah, I guess that's an easy way to do it. It's interesting that you can't lock it, because I feel like in some like newer cases there's like a way that you could like put in like an actual lock, like just like a lock, like similar to like what you put on a door or something. So for example, if you go to like a LAN party or some kind of event or something, you'll be able to lock your case so no one goes in it. But there's nothing here that you could lock. But yeah, so we did it. You just have to pull it. You just have to trust. But yeah, so here are usually every case has these cables for whatever connections you have on the top here. So if you have like USB or, well, usually I guess it's USB. There could be like some audio or something as well. So then you have like these cables that you have to attach to your motherboard for those to work. You can, of course, if you decide, you can like just forget about them, but that means that your USB and stuff on the case don't work if you don't connect them. So I think people tend to forget about them. But yeah, so here I think this side, this one here is basically where you can put those hard drives on. So actually there's just enough space here, there's two of them. I guess there's also space here. I think you can see this, yeah. So to me it looks like this is another one of those sleds that you could put your hard drives on. So we'll see. There's another screw here that you can like take this out. There's a screw here, so I think you can then take this whole thing out. Looking to me like that, yeah. So those can be put there. So again, the order doesn't really matter on many of the things. Here you can see there's like places where you can put cables in, so you have a really nice like cable management possibilities here. Whether you use them or not is up to you. If you're building this for yourself, you should usually put in time and effort. I guess depending on how much you're being paid, if you do it for someone else. That's also the case for how much time and effort you put into it. Looks similar to mine, like little balls that just fit in those holes. Yeah, that's what it looked like. It felt like magnets, but it could be that there's like this. I guess it's sort of like balls that go into those, and with enough strength they come out. But yeah, so then there was also this box. There's usually screws in these. Let's see if this is too smart for us to open. I will also do the chugging in just a second. I almost forgot about it already. So yeah, we have well yeah, also sometimes there's like zip ties, which seems to be the case. I guess most of the time there are zip ties, again for like the cable management. These are actually quite short for cable management, but I guess since we have these like clear pathways for them, I don't know if we need like longer ones, we'll see. So again, depending on how permanent your build will be, that I guess like is whether you need to use these or not, because if you plan on making a lot of changes, then of course having those zip ties will just be in the way. There's a gazillion bags of different screws here, which is intimidating for me because usually there's only a few different kinds, but here there's like 6 kinds of screws. So we'll see if we know which ones to use for which sides and stuff. I wonder if there was a manual here too, like if there was I wonder if there was some kind of paper explaining where to use each of these. I guess it would have been where we just found this one, so maybe there isn't. Place controller here, so if you have like a fan controller for like those LEDs, like the lights on those and stuff, you can put that there. That's apparently the intended spot for it. But yeah, so there was also like this, like, I don't know what's that in English though. It's rautalanka in Finnish, so like iron wire. Could be the same. So I'll just try and pull that out. So I don't think we want this for the think we want this for our hard drives. I'm feeding it from the upper one and pulling it from the below one. There we go. So this is the longest one we have. Longest one we can use. But yeah, so I'll go and get some water to chug. I think I have a whole glass here. Whole glass worth. I would chug a half a glass. A bit more than half. And it's also like not a normal glass. This is like a pint, I guess. So let's turn you guys so you can see this madness. Hello guys. We're done. Time to turn you guys back. That's the all the face reveal you're getting for that. But yeah, so I guess we could remove this dock and put in the hard drives next. Because when we start doing the cables, it helps if we have all the components where we want them to be, so we know what's in like ahead of, in the way of what. Wait, is this? Looks like this is the screw for this guy, but oh yeah, it is. Again, there's like these lips here that go onto these guys. So then we have, oh yeah, so there's also like markings here. So this is like SSD, HDD. So for if you have two HDDs, you just use these ones further apart, and the same here. So you can actually put in two of either one, like one of each, or like two SSDs or two HDDs. Because the difference between these are that usually the SSDs are 2.5 inch ones and the HDDs are 3.5 inch, so that's why they're like wider. But it's really smart design here, so you can use both or just either one. But yeah, so now the question is, which screws do we use for this? Because we have this massive bag of screws here. Guess we also have like the leftover screws from, because we didn't actually remove the sled when we scavenged the previous one. I'll tilt you guys again to the table. Can't believe you're seeing my legs here. Put you guys somewhere like here. Put this one a bit further there, like that. Then we have the, so this is the SSD. So basically we put it like this, and then we would need to screw it from the opposite side. I guess I was thinking, does it matter which way these are? Like if the HDD is on the top and the SSD is on the bottom, I don't think it matters. At least right now we don't have any knowledge on which way would be better. Guess we could put the HDD on the bottom one. There's more space there. So yeah, let's take that one. So again, this one is still attached to the previous LED it was on. So let's first remove it from there. I guess these screws could also like give us a hint on what screws to use from those bags. I guess we could still use these screws as well. So it doesn't really matter. Because it's not like if you use screws from a previous build that they are like any worse than the screws coming in with a new case. There's this one thing that you should be mindful of, is that if you ever change your PSUs or your power unit, that you should always change the cables with it. So you shouldn't use the older cables from a previous PSU. So if you do change your power unit, you should always take the cables that come with it instead of using like older cables. So that's, but again, like with screws, since we would be like reusing screws from a previous build, the screws shouldn't be any worse. So that shouldn't matter. But yeah, so in the previous one you can see there's like these rubbers. This is actually hard as hell right now, so those are like old rubbers too. But these are like to silence some of the vibrations. Do the case here we don't have anything like that, so this I guess implies that most people nowadays use the SSDs instead of these HDDs, and they no longer have these paddings with them. But yeah, so what screws do we use? I guess the important part here is that we don't use the screws that we'll attach the motherboard with. I'm thinking it would be these. No, I don't know. Sorry about the spam. I guess it's either these 6 to 32 times 5 millimeters, or then the M3 5 millimeter ones. There's some massive screws here. I'm worried what we need those for. Guys, I'm worried. Damn, all your data are exposed there. Can't believe this. That is true. There's all of my old stuff on the HDD, like some recordings and stuff. Mostly like stream recordings for when I was like editing clips and stuff, because that's something you can still use like your old slower hard drives for. So I'm thinking if we just use these, we just reuse these screws. We just took out. Let's do that. Let's see if that works. So I'll have to turn this around because we have to screw it from this side. Then we just have to try and find the alignment. So they are there. I think you can maybe see this. So now I have them aligned. Then I just put in the screws, hope for the best. Usually you should put in the corners. So tighten the corners first. So I'll start with screwing them lightly and then tighten them when we have all of those. But again, you start with the corners. To hopefully prevent it from twisting too much. I have these screwdrivers I have as like magnetic, so they do attach to these screws, but they are not that strong of a magnet, so I think these are sort of like cheap screwdrivers. This is like a set of different ones, different kinds. So they are not that good. Because I think magnet helps to some extent. Like you can see if I put this here, it like stays with it. But like, what's the use if it stays to the side? When it comes to like staying on the top here, it does somewhat of a good job. But when I go in and like want to screw something there, it's 50-50 if it like flops to the side or not. This time it worked. But yeah, generally speaking, magnets on these screwdrivers is a good thing when you're doing PC building. I don't think they're that much expensive either, like the ones with the magnets. The smaller ones, of course, like I do have this smaller screwdriver here. Maybe this is average, and this one also has a magnet, but seeing that it's so much smaller, it's so much weaker as well, so it's like hardly ever usable. But yeah, so then when I like tighten up these, you don't need to tighten up like, you don't need to really like use muscle, but when you tighten them, just go to corner. So now we have the HDD installed. Well, it doesn't have any cables on it yet, but it's on the dock. So that would go to the side. But yeah, before we do that, we just do the same for the SSD. We also have the screws that we used for the SSD, so I guess we could also reuse them. I'm assuming those would work. Why wouldn't they? So we'll do that as well. Let's see if I still find the screws. Surely I do. Yeah, there they are. So we'll just reuse those as well. We'll postpone the decision on starting to open the massive amount of screw backs we have. The amount of screw backs terrify me. Again, we try to align the screw threads like so, and start with one. Start it by hand. I think these ones I did with the smaller screwdriver. I think it might still work with the larger one, but might as well use the smaller. Actually, it might be better with the large. Let's see. Magnets are nice-ish, but you can always just scrub your screwdriver on some magnet a bit if in desperate need. Oh yeah, you can magnetize your like other ones as well. Like you don't have to buy them pre-magnetized. You can like if you have a strong enough magnet, you can do it yourself. That is true. So you can always get those. Because again, we do assume that your screwdrivers are metal, so and not like aluminium. So that is true, yes, very much. Facts. But yeah, I guess the difference between this and the other screwdriver I had, that there's like this spinning top on the other one, so it's like faster to use. Because when you spin this one, when this thing here like spins around, you can like do it. You can spin it with one hand. Screw faster. Get screwed faster, guys. Again, the magnet is not really helping here. I guess the magnet helps a lot if you like when you're like installing the motherboard and stuff, and there where you like drop the screws somewhere and try to like get them back. So if you have a magnet, you can just like pull them out with that. So in there it does help. But yeah, the one thing I'm a bit worried about, because usually the SATA connectors, so the ones that you connect to these guys, they are usually such that they bend in a 90-degree angle, at least on one side. And usually those sides are put onto these hard drives then. And since this goes like on the side of the case, you can't really bend them 90 degrees towards the case. Outwards, of course, you could, but even there's like hardly any space. So we have to make sure that we have those. The connectors we have are like in straight angle and not like with those turns on them. So hopefully the motherboard came with ones without those angles. Oh yeah, sorry, I will move you guys. Move you guys just a little bit. Hopefully, sorry, now I flopped you guys. Trying to keep it so that it wouldn't fall on its head. So there was this one screw on the top part here. So those two are then installed. So basically we now have all of our hard drives installed, because the the M2 one, so M.2, the stick you saw previously, that went directly on the motherboard, and these two are on the side here. The one thing I'm like, I think they have measured these quite well, because here I think is the stopper for where the side panel goes onto. So you can see that this is not like any thicker than this is. So there's like really well calculated space for that there. So that's all good. That's all noise. Whoa, someone might think the case was even designed to work with the 90 anglers cables. Yeah, I don't know how though. Like, because again, like you can see that this side here, like you could think that okay, it goes from here, it goes towards there, so that's a nice 90-degree angle, but that's where the motherboard will be at. So that I think will be blocked all the way. And in here, of course, you can't even have it, because I think the cables, when they do that 90-degree angle, they go like towards there then. So yeah, I don't think these guys work well with the 90 degrees here. We'll see when we get to the cables. I was thinking, I might actually have a cable here, because I think they are in the motherboard box. Yeah, they are here. Yeah, there's one with an angle and one without in the box here. Let's see. So there's actually just the two we need. I do have some extras. For example, I always steal the ones from my previous computer, since we have them there. not being in use. But yeah, so the ones I'm talking, so we have like these two different kinds of cables. So ones that are like going straight and ones that have this 90-degree angle. And this one here, it would need to go like this, so it would go towards the case. And this one, of course, the ones that go straight, they can go wherever. So these ones work nicely. Again, assuming yeah, that's exactly the way they go. So the 90-degree angle will be hard, but we can see if we can still use it on the motherboard, because it doesn't matter which way you put these. So you can put like whichever end, because the other ends are both straight, and only the one ends are like one of them is 90-degree and the other one straight. Okay, I'll take half of the praise back until we know more. yeah, I think that one will be interesting. Because again, sometimes the motherboards come with like 2 pairs of these cables, then we would be like golden. But I think most people nowadays don't have all that many, like these old type of. Yeah, there's no more of those SATA cables on this one. I might have like loose ones already in some boxes here and there, so we'll see if we need to go in and steal them from the previous build. But yeah, I think we'll make those work. We'll see. But yeah, so I guess then the question is, where does the PCU, so the power go into? I think it definitely has to go here. And from the looks of it, it goes sideways. So we could go with that next. I guess there's the never-ending debate. I don't know how many people are like passionate about it, but where then you go like put in the motherboard before this or like after or whenever. I don't think there's like a necessarily a clear order. Maybe someone has a good argument on why would you do one before the other, but I think you just put them one after the other and you have to like connect them. So yeah, so the power unit goes here. So I think we'll go get that next, because I didn't like, that's the one thing I didn't like really look into that much, is like, did I have it modular or like semi-modular or like not at all modular. So we'll see what it's like. I have it here on the entrance, so I'll go get it. I think that's the last box we need to get. So this unboxing will be a bit of a surprise for me. So the term modular in these power units just tells you whether or not the cables on it are like attached so that they can be removed, or if they are like solid, unremovable. So let's unbox this. Let's unbox this boy together. I'll move you guys a bit, like so. So this is a Asus one, 1000 watts. I don't know how much we'd need. I think 1000 is a bit over what we need. But then I guess since we don't really know what the graphics card will be in the future, I think we are like now set for any kind of graphics card. So like we are future proof surely now, as well as you can. The only problem with like PCUs is that because they have this like rating, like you can see with it's like platinum or gold or whatever, and that's how well it like the performance or like the efficiency. Yeah, it's the efficiency. So how much electricity does it use to produce the electricity for the machine? Sorry about my poor English when explaining, but yeah, so this one here, for example, is gold. So it means that as I am paying my own electricity bills, I would like to get ones that are like not wasting too much electricity. The problem with these is that these efficiency markings they get are from when they are used to like 80% or whatever of their maximum. So for example here, this is 1000 watt power, and if I were to get this to this efficiency gold, I would need to use something like 800 watts. But usually when like with now modern computers, depending of course again like on your GPU and stuff, you rarely use that much. So then I don't like really get the 80 plus gold thing here. So some people, when they like get too much of a like too beefy of a PCU, they forget that also means the efficiency is worse than getting a good smaller one. So that's just something to bear in mind. But yeah, so we have a bag of cables here. I don't think see anything is attached, so this is fully modular. So there's 3 different kinds. So you have this fully modular one, so none of the cables are attached to it, like none of these are connected. Let's just pull this out and confirm. None of the cables come with it. Yeah, so this is fully modular, so none of the cables are in it. Then there's this semi-modular, which means that there are two cables attached to it already, like previously attached, so they come from like inside it and you can't like put them out. And those are the like the power for the motherboard and then usually the one for the CPU. I think those two are the ones on the semi-modulars. So those two cables are always connected. And then like I don't know if there's a word for it, but like no modularity means that all of the cables are attached, and that means that you just have like extra cables in your machine, like inside the case. That's hardly an issue ever, because you have like plenty of space, you can just leave them being. So like underneath this backside here, it doesn't really matter. So the more expensive ones you get are usually fully modular. So like this one here, you get this fully modular with the price I paid. There's a sticker. Silent operation at low to moderate loads. In this mode, the fan will not spin. Okay, I see. That sounds good. So I guess that's there too. Just like a sticker here telling that when it's not in heavy load, the fan will not spin. I guess that's there because people most likely have been returning these and telling the company that yeah, this doesn't work. The fan is not spinning. So that's why they have had to put in a sticker like this that yeah, that's all good. Doesn't need to spin. Yeah, I think I'll have to remove this sticker because it's blocking the electricity connector there. But yeah, so that's a small lesson on what the modularity on these means, because some people are always confused with do I need a modular one or not, and I would say the answer is always you don't need it. It's one of those nice to haves, more so than anything else. But yeah, there's also, I think I see like two different kinds of like wall plug connectors. So that's not the one we use here, so this one here is the one we use. So we'll take this one. For when we actually try to see if the power goes on it. There's some more zip. I think those are zips. There's also the screws we can then screw it on the case with. So we'll take those. But yes, I don't think we need anything else from this box. And again, I think this is a sideways install. There's also on the I just checked from the side there that the side panel here, this had like this like holes in it, like meshy kind of side. So I think it's made so that this fan here will be like going outwards from here. So it goes like this into here. That's how it would be there. Held in there by Holy Spirit. No, just kidding, I will screw it in there. Where did I actually put the bag of screws already? Oh yeah, it's this one here. Very nice. Very nice. I had to buy some cables as well when I fit my SSD in the super mini micro case. 90 degrees was a no-no for both ends. Oh yeah, that would make sense. So we'll see. I don't think I need to buy any because I do have, like I mentioned in the previous case, they already have them. I think I might have them in some boxes because I remember the older motherboards, they came up with like 4 or something, because they had like multiple of those SATA slots as well, like they had those connectors, plenty of those in there as well. So I think modern ones, like since they tend to prioritize the M2 slots, they'll have like less of those SATA connectors. So I think that's like a trade-off, that they also no longer have that many cables with them. But yeah, we just have to make sure we don't lose them now that they're like running free here. So the table is getting messier and messier the longer we do this. Yeah, let's pull this case to the side here. Wonder why did I smack something there. But yeah, so there should be, if everything aligns properly, and it does seem to be aligning nicely. Let's see if I can get you guys low enough. So here the screws here are aligning, so this is like also like a standard. So no matter the manufacturer, they should have the screw holes where would you like them to be, so that they align here. So we'll just start screwing on one of them, and of course I have to like push it towards me. Wait, is there a screw hole there? Surely. I just praised them for having the screw holes. Oh yeah, there it is. There was some free room there. Just praise them. Can't believe this. But yeah, I guess the case could also have had the screws for this, but since we get them, it doesn't really matter what screws you use normally, I don't think, as long as they of course like go on the threads, and otherwise you can feel if they go in there or not, if they stick. But yeah, I think color wise I would like to go with like a black and white theme, maybe with some blue. We'll see with the, because I know there's these RGBs on the cooler, on the CPU cooler, so we'll see what color we go with that and where do we actually even like change those. So I think I will put up some pictures on the Discord side then after I get the full thing set up and configured. But yeah, some people put in some of the cables before they screw this in. That's I would say a smart way to do it. In here I feel like we have plenty of room because the case is such a like a massive one, and it's sideways. This also helps us a little bit. But especially if you have a smaller case, I would argue that it's a smart thing to put in whatever cables you need, like attach them to this PCU before you screw this in here. Because if it's like tied in space, it's hard to go in and like connect them, attach them afterwards. But yeah, so that's all the screws we had. It gave us an extra screw. I don't think did that even have a place we could have put in. Maybe somewhere here there was another one that you could have attached, but the case doesn't have it. So we'll forget about that. But yeah, so if you have a cramped up smaller case, you would definitely benefit from putting in those cables. Again, assuming you have a modular unit so that those cables are disconnected by default. But yeah, so if you guys are wondering what you guys are on, so you are on, this camera is on like a mic stand, so I bought another microphone, like a new microphone, and a stand for the microphone as well, so we should have a better audio quality, like my speed should be better, because last Saturday when we played with Nat and Rick, I looked back on the recording, because again, like mine didn't work, like I only got like 45 minutes or so of the VODs, and that was until when I finally like started the game, that's when it like immediately died. So see, we only got like 40 or 50 minutes of VOD, so that's why I like unlisted them, because they unfortunately didn't really work. But from like Nat's VODs, because you can still go and see it was really nice, but you can see all of the gameplay from Natalie's perspective. So Natalie C is the shout out to Nat. And from there, like my voice quality, like I sounded horrible, and I was like shocked because I have this, it's like this SteelSeries microphone, like this headset, and I was thinking that it shouldn't sound that bad, so I don't know what happened there, but maybe it's either the Discord was making it worse, or then it just is that bad. I don't know. I just feel like when we have done a few streams with like House Flipper and stuff, I don't think it was that bad. Maybe it was, but yeah. That was shocking for me. But yeah, so if you have a tighter cramped up space with this PCU, you should have already put in the cables, but we have plenty of space here. I have like no trouble connecting these. So again, the benefits of having a massive case like this one here is that there's plenty of room to work. So if you ask for like a favor from someone to, can you come in and build my PC for me, if they know what they're doing, they like, well, I guess it depends how lazy and how much they like you. But I personally would always like, if someone asks me to pick up the parts for them and also come in and build it, I don't even ask if they want to have like the smallest kind of case, or if they want the medium sized or whatever. So I'm always assuming they want at least the normal ATX size, because it's so much more work with the smaller the cases. It's also the actual reason these like larger cases are better is the airflow. So they are usually less hot, because the more space there is, the less heat gets like cramped up in spaces. So the ventilation side is also so much better with the larger case. So that's like an actual argument for them, not just like making it easier to build. Because again, you only need to build it once, so that's not something you should like really be worried about. But yeah, so that's the PCU then installed. We could already start putting in the cables that we know that we need. But I guess we could, at this point, we could also turn it around and put in the motherboard. And because I think we'll regardless need to go back here on this side as well. But I'm thinking, do we open this bag already? Because here we have there like some of the connections we need to put on the motherboard, so we would like to see those cables as well. In this part it would help to have someone else like at some parts here, because you need to like push in cables from one side and like pull them from the other. So we'll see if I need to ask Elina at some point, not like right now because we don't have the motherboard there yet, but at some point it might be easier if there's another person. Because then you can like be on the one side and be like, okay, I need this cable, can you give me it from like here? So then you can like wave a finger from some hole and be like, yeah, from here I would need it. And the other person can just push it from there. So there's some places, some parts here that like with anything that it's easier with two people. But yeah, so this is the madness of connectors here. Trying to see what all of these are. There's like, I'm assuming it's usually are labeled. So there's like audio one here. So that means that yeah, there's a 3.5mm audio jack on the top part here. So that's for this one. Then I think this definitely is a USB one. I'm assuming like could be a USB 3. And then we have so this is it just says F panel. So I think it might be that this thing you don't need to go in and like think what goes which way and like how is the power leds and stuff. You just put this in. It could be that this is made so easy now. There's also like a massive amount of extensions and stuff here. That's something I'm curious about. Does it say anything? It could be, yeah, it looks to me like this, because there were like 3 fans I think pre-installed. So I think this is just the power for those. So they are like, there's like an extender. So you get like 3 from this one connector. So I'll just have to plug this into the motherboard. So those 3 fans are then powered. I think on the motherboard there were like many of an option where to put that in. So we'll see when we get to it. But yeah, so if we are to put in the motherboard, we want this to be laying flat. So we'll then turn this around and put it on the table. So we don't want it to be upwards like this, because we'll need to screw it, and there's no way we will do it holding it upwards. So we'll turn this around. We don't want these cables to be squashed, so that's why I put them inside there. And hopefully when I turn this and lean it forwards, they also keep there. But we'll see. I'll take you a bit further away. Then I'll try to fall it. Let's tumble it. There was a sled there. I'm just trying to check that none of the cables are underneath the case. So yeah, that's now toppled. Let's tilt you guys forwards again. So this is the insides now. So here you have these, I would say, crowns. I don't know what these are like. What's the English term for them? But these are like elevating it. So these, I don't know how well you can see them, but these are like going upwards. And these are to keep the motherboard from like hitting this backboard here. But the thing is that there's like different places where you can have them, and that depends on the size of your motherboard. So I think this one here to me looks like this is ATX. So that's the size, that's like I would say the normal size. And that's the size our motherboard is. So I think those are in the right place. But if you need them to be somewhere else, you can like screw them out. And there's like different holes. So if you have like a shorter one, or like there's at least 3 different sizes, maybe even more. I think there's like 5 maybe of different sizes of motherboards like that are still all standard sizes. So for those you can like change these to different places so that they align with what your motherboard has. But yeah, so now we would hoist up the motherboard. I have it here on the side. I will take it and bring it there. The difficult part here is like, where do I lift it from? Because now you can see that I can't really lift it from this side, because that side will be going in it. So I'll need to, oh yeah, there's also I think a sticker on this. We need to take that out first. Yikes. So there's a sticker on the I/O shield. Let's remove that first. start with that. But yeah, now I'm thinking, where do I take it? Yoink. Something like this. And then we would need to again align it so that we have the what you saw previously. Those are all, I think they are at least close now. Yeah, I feel like it. We can put it, I think we can screw it from one side and we'll see if it needs to be adjusted or not. But from the quick peek I'm looking, I think all of the slots there are, I can see the threads of the screws in there. So yeah, it looks like we just need to screw it in. But yeah, now the question is which screws to use. I don't know if there was a, because again both of these are the same length. So whether we use the 6 to 32 or the M3 ones, I don't think it matters that much. I think we'll use the M3 ones. If we have any wizards in the chat, you can also let me know. Sorry about the plastic spam. Apologies. But yeah, again, I usually start from one corner and go from like corner to corner when doing this. I think the hardest one will be definitely this one here, because it's inside the, sort of like inside a hole there. But we'll see how well that works. I think I'll start with this. This should be the easiest corner to screw. Yep, that looks to be there. I'm curious if that was the right choice of a screw. Let's see what the other ones would look like. It did go there quite nicely, but I'm seeing that the thread is different on the other screw. Let's see. Let's actually try. We can just try. There's no harm in testing, guys. Testing in production. What could possibly go wrong? Other than like the spam you're getting from these back opening shenanigans. Let's see, because I think we can easily tell from the, because they have different kind of threads, so if this is the wrong one, the next one I'm trying, then I will definitely know immediately. So let's try this corner then. This screw is a bit different. Let's see if the other screwdriver, I'm wondering which screwdriver to use. I guess I have limited options. So for that sake already I like the other ones better. I think the magnet holds these guys. And it doesn't feel like it goes on the thread, so does it? Oh, it actually does. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's a big difference on these two. I don't know. Maybe they don't matter. I'm assuming the screws, since they are the same length, that it doesn't really matter. We can use either ones. I think the other ones were easier to do because the magnet held onto them better, so we'll use those. Just for that sake, no other reason. Because again, there's gonna be the hard one to screw underneath the M2 SSD. So So yeah, let's continue. Let's continue with the first ones. Let's put in that corner. Yeah, these ones do go to the threads more nicely, so I think these ones are the correct ones. Surely. Although they feel like they might go like over threads a bit too hard. But yeah, you guys are also a little bit in the way, so we might have to move you guys at some point. For the middle ones, I don't think I can do through you. Maybe these are not the right screws. Guys, help me. Help me with the screw selection. Do I have to Google it? I guess I could. Unless the manual there has any suggestion. Because never have I ever had this massive of a bags of screws like to choose from. Like you have 6 different screws. Now I'm trying to get this one out. So let's see. Let's see if there's a clear answer. What screws to use on the NZXT? I like the answer. M3 or 6 to 32 screws. Those were the 2 different options we have. Can't believe that helped. Nothing and not at all. Can't believe this. Okay, 6 to 32, maybe those are the more common ones. So let's see, these were the... Yeah, so these were the M3 ones, so let's use the other ones then. But yeah, that will be interesting with the middle one. I cannot be waiting. Can't wait. We be... Okay. So let's do that again. If you were to do this like same ones multiple times, so let's say if you like work on building computers, I feel like you would, for the same case at least, you would already know which ones to use. But when you're doing this once every few years, it's always a question mark. But yeah, so let's do the first ones then again. Let's here. So these are the 32, 6 to 32, yeah. Let's do those. But yeah, unfortunately the screwdriver I have is not really that good for these guys. Because they are, I don't know if it's the English ones is like a star screwdriver or not, but there's like 2 different kinds. And from this set I don't think I have both of those. So this one spins a bit weirdly. I think the one we'll be definitely screwed with is the is the middle one. Is the middle one there? Yeah, that's there. This will be the opposite of a speed run. Screwing the motherboard for 10 minutes. This thing is spinning wildly. Wonder where the threads are. There we go. There we go. Those two are done. I know there's like, especially Samsa-Kurri, which is the Finnish computer builder from IoTech. He rarely puts all of these. I guess like you really don't need to, but if you're doing this for like a permanent build, no reason not to. For them, of course, they're like testing equipment and stuff, so they like disassemble them quite soon. So there, I think it makes sense. Not putting all the screws. Can't believe this magnet is making this hard. Let's see if I can just place it gently above it and hope that it goes. Hope that it goes on the threads. I think that's how we need to do the middle one, because there's no space for my fingers there. There's one. I don't think you can see that guy. Mayhaps not. There's one on the corner there. I think you can see it now. Yeah. So I'll do that next. I'll have to take you guys away from there because we can't fit there both. We can't be there both at the same time. For content, I feel like this is the least interesting part. Me screwing the motherboard in. But there are plenty of parts like this. Well, I guess this is like the slowest. I wonder where do I put you guys when I'm doing the middle one. Let's move you guys first like this and maybe like this. Now, wish me luck. Tusk. Whoopsie daisy. Nope. Denied. First attempt was denied. Because again the magnet here is a bit wonky, so it goes like sort of sideways in there. It's not what we want. Now I'm just wishing it isn't there. The sounds of it, I don't think it is. Yeah, it just came out. Trying to see that. Is there a place to screw there? But I think there is. Surely there is. The light actually helps a lot with you guys, because you guys are like on a light ring. But yeah, I don't think that one is the same as the others. There's something like, I think that's just like a stick there that's supposed to be like holding it up. There's definitely not like a threads like these ones have. That's interesting. This one goes from the sides as well. Can't believe there's a hydrate redeem. How many screws are we still missing? There's one there. Then there's one here. There's actually, I think there's 3 screws missing, so we'll do those and then we hydrate. We need to get, I think, more water as well. So I think we have any remaining. So yeah, 2 more screws. Let's go there then. Hello. That didn't do much. But yeah, I remember they have like Samsa Kurri and the Juha Kokkonen, so the 2 people on EOTech, they have been like speed running and try like timing how long it takes for them to build a computer. I feel like it would be, if you like rushed yourself, it would be maybe like an hour or 2. I think they have done it like in an hour. So I guess if it's like a familiar build to you, you could do it in an hour. Because again, like we had to do some scavenging when we started out, and that's at least an excuse I have. And I will use. I think they also have like these electrical screwdrivers. I don't know how much that will actually help you, but I guess it could speed up the process a little bit. But yeah, so now we have all the screws. So there's one here, one there, then there's one here on the corner, there's another one in the middle here, then there's 1 and 2 on this side. So all of the screws are there now. Very nice. Very nice. So then I guess the question is, what do we do next? What would be the next step? Because we do have the cooler for the processor, so I think that's something we could maybe work on next. But yeah, the hydration check, we'll do that first. Wait, how is this? How is this thing held up? Let's put you guys up like this a bit. Yeah, so let's go get some water. Water first. I think I have a glass somewhere here. Oh yeah, it's on the side. You can see there's a fan spinning from the kitchen. So there's some cool air, hopefully. I don't know how much of a spam that will actually cause you guys. Today I'm drinking water. I don't know how much of a spam that is. I have this habit of not talking when I'm pouring water, because from like my microphone on my headset, there's like spam from it. So that's a habit I've gotten, that I don't speak when I pour water. So that's for the silent there. Silence. But yeah, so I guess the next step would be to work on the all-in-one water cooler thingy. It's in my glass, there's something weird there. But yes, I have a glass here, guys. We got the hydrate. But yeah, so far I think the chat phone being on the side here has worked, because I was thinking if I have it in my chest like I normally do, that if it's in the way when we do these things. So that's why I have it on the side here. And so far I don't think it has been bad. But yeah, having your water this close to the computer is anxiety inducing, guys. But yeah, so we crack on. Let's crack on. But yeah, so I think we'll check the cooler first, because I think there should be enough space to put it on the ceiling there, on the roof of the case. So I think it was this one. Yep. Let's take this box, because it should be like attachable to the current plastic brackets there. And here's the cooling unit. I'm not sure if you can see this. Maybe you can. So this one here, and then there's the fans that go to it. I've actually never installed a all-in-one cooler before, so this is all new to me. I think there's this one thing that if you have it like sideways installed, like on the, let's say on the front of the PC, there's this one thing that you would like to make sure that this pump is not the one on the highest part. So if there's like any air in the system, that would be like on the opposite side of the pump. But here, when it goes on the ceiling, I don't think there's any issue with that. But I think we could maybe for this one we could put it on the turn the case up again. I wonder if that would help, or if that would make it harder maybe. I don't know. Because I think we also need to remove the top part of the case so that we can screw this thing in there. Because we're living interesting times now. So there's the cables for the pump. I think there's like a, that's one I note. This one is new to me. I think this might be for the colors maybe, like the lights. This one I think is just for the electricity for the pump. But yeah, so this is a bit of a new world for me. So we'll just have to make sure that these fans, when we put them in, that they just like pull the air away from the case, not like blowing in it. Usually these have like an arrow or something to indicate the direction the air flows. So far I'm not seeing one. So we might have to look that up. Yeah, not seeing any hints on that. But I think there was maybe a manual on this, so we could also read that, see if we get any smarter. If we get any smartness from that. Like, what's the process? What's the process looking like? But yeah, so I think there's enough space on the roof here, on the ceiling of the case, that we can do it there. So I think we'll put you guys like this, maybe even a bit further like this, and then we start working on it. First, of course, we have to find the note. There it is. We can read it together. I have to turn you guys again though. But yeah, so far this microphone boom arm that I'm using has worked well for this. So it also has been really good testing of that boom arm thingy. So yeah, so here's the picture for the 360L, which is the one we have. So you just put in long enough screws that they apparently go. Oh yeah, they just go to the like the heat sink thingy, and then you have to screw it from the outerior side. So yeah, we do have to somehow get rid of this top part of the case. So I guess will be interesting because there's the connectors on it, but we'll see. I think they should be removable, surely, because there's you can see there's like these sort of like threads on it. So that's surely for it to be screwed on. So yeah, then that's the end result, having them on. And then I guess we saw these already, so beforehand we checked which are the connectors we use for this, but for us it's the plastic ones, they're already on it, and we just put in these arms to it. So yeah, we just have to prepare this part as well then. Very nice. But yeah, so I think we'll go with the heat sink. We'll start with that. Just how the wiring on them goes. That looks complex, but I don't think it is that complex. So there's the one electrical cable from the pump. Then there's the, I think that's for the LEDs, so the lights on it, and that connects to the same connectors on those fans, and the fans also have the power with them. So that's looking to me like it looks just like a cable mess, but it shouldn't be that bad. But yeah, so for for the heatsink thingy, we start with the first steps. Where were they? So this one here. So we first attach the fans. I think you can see from here which direction the fans are on, because you can see they're like the open sides are towards the case. So that's how they are intended. And that's then like it sucks from inside the case and towards the interior of the case. So like away from the top part there. So yeah, let's start with that. That's easy enough. Let's pull out I guess the only not so nice part of this is that since it's an all-in-one, these are like attached to each other, so you can't really work on them without the others coming with them. So you have like this pump in your hands at all times when you're working with this. I wonder if there's enough room on the table we could work on it here. So I guess we could have it like this. Or if we can put this guy here, maybe it would work. Trying to put you guys somewhere where you would see it nicely. Maybe in an angle like this. I don't know how winky wonky, because I think you guys are like, this is like sideways view now for you guys. So this is probably horrible to watch. Horrible to watch. Let's try to take you guys into a more of a view I'm getting. So like maybe a bit upwards. I think you don't need to see perhaps all the screwing actions, just the important bits. Can take it a bit towards here too. So yeah, so from my understanding of the picture, it would be like this, and you put the fans on here, because surely those pipes have to go inside the PC. So then we just need to find there's like long screws. Long screws. There's also like letters here, like A and K. Let's see what's the, oh yeah, there's just the type of the screw. A is the fan and K is the screw here. AK-47 knots, oh dear. But yeah, so I think it's in this, we had this bag of goodies from earlier, so I think they should be here surely. Surely they're here. Sorry about the spam again. I'm assuming it's these guys. These look like the kind would work. So there's like threads only at the end of these, but then there's like no threads the depth of the fans. So that would make sense. But yeah, there's all sorts of stuff in here. I feel like it looks to me like, yeah, we need to get all of this out, but since there's like the stuff that you need for the Intel and stuff, so we don't actually need all of it. We don't need most of the stuff in here. I think the cables we do need. There's also some like plastic. To me they look like plastic hinges or something like that. So, but yeah, so these are also the extension cables you saw like earlier, so we'll take those out as well. And then I guess the final thing would be I think these are the ones, yeah. So those two irons that we have on the pump, then like those then attached to the plastics on there. And then finally we have this cooling paste thermal compound is the actual name. So that's something we need to put on top of the CPU before we attach the pump. But yeah, so then there's I think these might be, because they were like small screws that you attach to the pump when you put the handles in, so I'm assuming these might be those. Actually, we do need a lot of the stuff from here. Wonder if there's anything else. There's also a back of small screws. I think we need these for attaching this cooler thingy on the case. So I'm assuming these are for that. So yeah, those are another back. But yeah, so for now we only need these longer screws, and then we of course need the fans as well. For the fans, I'm curious how should we put them like cable wise, because I think here you can mess up quite badly if you put them in so that you get the cable from one side without thinking like where do you actually want it. So for that sake I think we should do some thinking here. We do have the extension cable there, so we can like extend them from one another. So I think we just have to decide which side do we want them to come out from. So since we have like these two cables coming from each of these, and then we have this like collector cable, where do we put all these three fans and the pump, and then there's this one where it comes out, I'm assuming. Yeah. So we just have to decide which end they are coming out. I think here it helps a little bit if we just check the manual on the motherboard, assuming it's somewhere nearby. I think it's here, if this helps. Nope, that's for the case. Where is actually the one for the motherboard? Because we could also like take a look, but it's easier when you have like the explanations next to them. Because when the fans are going, they're going like onto that side. So again, let's move you guys a bit. So the fans are going here, and the cables, the question is where do we want them, like the cables coming out from this side or from here? And of course the answer depends on like where do we connect them, where they like end up eventually. So that has the biggest impact. But I guess since the pump will be here, I'm hoping somewhere here would be where we could connect them both for like the electricity and what was the other? I think it's something like the light control or something like that. But then where's the manual for the? Did I leave it in the box? Yeah, it's still in the box. So this manual here for what's inside what's in the motherboard. So yeah, there's the, oh yeah, that's actually well made, well thought out. So there's the pump control is on that side. So there's the pins for that. Then there's the CPU fan, and that's there. And then there's this ARBG control is there. So we want all of them to this corner here. So basically what we would then like is that the fans end up giving out the cables on that side. But I'm feeling like with the distance we have, so from here to here is such a short one that I think we should have plenty of space to play with here. But I could be mistaken. We'll see how it ends up, what ends up happening. But yeah, so we'll attach the fans here first. So we'll just make them so that since they were like this, we'll have to double check the picture again, but that's how I understood that they would go on. So the side without these plastic brackets on them goes towards the, so the ones without them goes towards the case. So this go against the cooling block. Let's check one more time, because I would rather check multiple times than have to redo these things. So here in the picture you can see there's the pipes coming out. So these fans are like on the side where the pipes are coming out, and we have that side here. So that's all good. So yeah, that's the way we want it. So yeah, let's screw the first one there. Yeah, these screws, I wonder like where do they make these, because I think many of these kind of things, all the different manufacturers need these. So like there's some factory somewhere that makes it for all of them. I think in some cases if you have like limited space, you would also do it so that you would first put this like cooling block there, and only after you would install the fans on it. But I think we have plenty of space here, and it's not like it's getting much wider. It's just that if you have like a weird angle where you have to push it in, like turn it while you put it in there. But since we don't, like our motherboard is not going outwards from the slot there, we don't have to like put it in an angle. So again, if you have a smaller case, you might have to think these steps, the order of things. But yeah, I don't think there was anything here. That there's like a rubber here already, so I think it's hopefully silences a bit of the treble the fan has. But here I put the cables so that they go as far as possible. I think the next one I will put so that it's like coming from here, so that they would be of similar length, because from these we have here, so I would like them to be like close to each other so we can hide them neatly. So you'll see when we put in the next fan if that, hopefully that's a smart thing to do. I won't just bamboozle myself. But yeah, I would argue that you don't need any power tools here. I guess the like electric screwdrivers, something you can use, but I don't think, for example, like a drill or whatever, I don't think you would ever want to use those, because there's the risk that you overdo these threads. So yeah, then we go for another fan. So much plastic, guys. Life in plastic. So yeah, we could put the new fans so that it's like, again, as going as far as it can, but I'm thinking if we put it like this, it would be of the similar length, since we'd use these extenders for them. Similar length. I think here we just have to make sure that the screw we put has enough space. Or actually, is that an option or not? Because it might be that they don't go close enough if we do it like that. So we'll have to put them all lengthwise. So my smart idea might not be possible. Yeah, because there's the cable, it gets like stuck between these two. So it's looking like we have to put them like so that there's the longest possible cable on all of them. Because they do go so close to each other. There's not enough space between them. So I was too smart. Can't believe this. But yeah, these are also like hand screws. Still faster to screw them with the screwdriver. So just that usually it means that you don't want them to be too tight if you have these hand screws. The screws you can do by hand. Usually an indication of that. That's interesting. Do these align or not? But yeah, these are really close to each other. Let's hope they find the threads. Surely they should. Yeah, this one did. This one I'm not so sure about. So it needs to move a bit. Screwing time. No, this is just spinning. Let's look. Take a propaganda. Yeah, I think these screw holes align too well. That's interesting. It would be like this. So they go Maybe the previous one is a bit on the edge there, mayhaps. But usually I would like to do corners first, but it seems that putting the one side first helps align it. So we'll do this first. Because again, we do want to put all these screws, because I feel like if we don't, it will start like wiggle and stuff. So we definitely want to use all these. But yeah, now they are aligning. So it's a millimeter game here. Let's hope the final one will be easier. There we go. So then we have the final one. Let's take these cables, put them to the side there, so that they are not in the way. Not in the way of us. And again, I guess we'll have to do it so that we have, because again, these are like really close to it. You can actually see they're like touching each other, so there's not enough space to put the cables in between here. So again, we'll put them to the side here. Very nice. Try to find where the holes are. Yeah, they're again really close to each other. Let's take out the screws. Now I wonder which side should we start from. Yeah, I think this one is going in. So we'll do one corner and see if the others align. Because when you only have one, I think you can still move it quite easily. Okay, yeah, we can align it. We'll do the same as before, so we'll align one side. One side first. Because I noticed I have to move it a little bit. I almost see it. My thumb is looking healthy here. I'm not sure if it's going on the right threads. It feels like it's waving too much for it to go where it should be. Yeah, it's not. Let's see, because I would need to push it a little bit from this side. So I'm trying to see if I can do that and screw the one missing guy. Because I can see it's like there. Maybe I can do it by hand. The style, I mean. Definitely not. Definitely not, guys. But yeah, they have like zero tolerances here, I have to say. Yes, for like tighter builds, this is a good thing. But here we have ample space, so we might have had like a millimeter in between these fans. That would have worked fine for us. But yeah, so now they're all there. The only things we still need is the upper screws there. So hopefully they align now, since we have 2 out of 4. Also, yeah, hello Squishy Joshy, we're doing some PC building now. So we've graduated from house building. I don't know if this is graduating or demotion. But yeah, this is now hopefully getting a newer upgraded PC for the Finnish Cottage Simulator, because that's a game known for needing a lot of beef. So yeah, we're doing the all-in-one CPU cooler at the moment. This is actually the first one I've ever done, so not as a PC but as a one with water cooling, even if this is like one of those all-in-one coolers, but I've never had these before, so all my previous builds have had just like one of those massive fans from like Noctua or someone similar. So this is my first time with water. Let's hope it's not gonna bite me in the future. But yeah, so this one is then done. I guess the question now is how do we access the upper part of the upper part of the case. So I will turn this around and we'll try to see if we can remove the top part, because I don't think there's any other way to install it. So let's lift this guy up. Then I'm curious. I'll move you guys upwards as well. So here's the top part of the case, because like I'm a bit worried, just like I guess there's the magnets and stuff here similar to what we had on the others. Trying to look underneath. Oh yeah, so that's actually a smart one. So it's just like a plate with like holes in it for the connectors, and then for the power button there's like just this button. So it comes out quite neatly. So actually I was stressing for no reason here. Guys, no stress was needed. Winning. Unnecessarily stressed. Let's put the top panel away. Now I guess for this we could do it like it is now, but I guess this would require maybe two people, like another person, if we want to do it like this, because we would need to both like hold it like this, and also screw it. So I don't know if that's something I can do it by myself. So I think I will try to do it when it's like on its side, because then I think it might be doable alone. Elina is here, so I could also ask her, but let's first see if that makes it any easier. I think we first need to again identify the screws we're going to use. I think it was these ones, mayhaps. These I think look the part, so we could try these guys. But yeah, hello Squishy Josie, how are you? Have you built your own PC? Or are you actually even a Windows user? I guess you could also be a Linux user, having built your own PC. I don't think it's necessarily a Windows only thing. Just that I guess Mac users are not really known for that. But yeah, so I'm thinking these screws, they are sort of wide enough for this. They're not like touching it too much, but I guess since there's gonna be hella lots of them, I think it will be good enough. I don't know if there's like wider ones we could use, because the case did come with like a confusing bag of screws, like 6 different kinds of screws in the bag, and that was diabolical. I've never seen that before. So there was this like this whole string of bags with screws in them, but yeah, none of these are gonna work, like none of these that came with the case. So I think we'll have to use that. Just came back from work not long ago. I've built 3 PCs officially, one back in 2012 I think, my ex's in 2017 and my current 2020. Oh I see, yeah, I actually told earlier that I built my first PC when I was in middle school, so it has to have been like maybe around the same time, so 2012 or something. Maybe even, no, it have to have been earlier than that. Maybe like 2010 or, yeah, I think 2008 or 2010, somewhere along those lines. I built my first PC together with my brother and my father, and I remember my father was like, I will only show this to you once. So I will only help you do this once, and ever after that you're no longer allowed to ask me ask me any advice or hints or whatever on the building process. So after I show it to you once, you need to start doing it yourself. And ever since then, we've done it ourselves, me and my brother. So we did believe him on that, because my father is a bit known for not wanting to repeat himself. So he like only wants to tell you something once, and if you don't get it, then that's on you. So we did believe him when he said that he'd only explain it to us once. And ever since then, I think my father has also been like asking us for, when he's needed a new PC, like what parts to get and stuff like that. So he like handed the reins, so to speak. But I would like to turn this guy around so that I would be like getting it from the side. That sounds bad. Don't take that out of context, guys. Be nice. But yeah, let's make some room here. Let's make some room. I'm again hoping none of the cables are underneath. I don't think they are. That's all good. So yeah, then we could hopefully keep it there and screw it. But yeah, this is a whole cable mess at the moment. We'll have to tidy up those cables soonish. Soon or later, I guess. Clonk. Clonk. That's not good. That's not good, guys. But yeah, so we would like this to be somewhere. Guess we would like it to be somewhere in the middle, I guess. Somewhere like here. So yeah, so we'll need to start screwing it. Let's hope it stays there for now. Trying to be productive for the rest of the night. Yeah, I get the Diabolical. I built that PC for her and we broke up the same year. Can't believe this. Can't believe this. Truly Diabolical. Bought and built. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, I see that. That's truly Diabolical. I think after you build one, you should technically be good after that. Yeah, I think that's the case. I think like my father like knew it maybe as well, that it's not like you get any better or worse with them. After you've built one, you should have the confidence on like building other ones, since the things are, these are like, I would say that these are sort of like Legos, that there's like a one way to do it. Of course, like with the years come and go, there's some things change and some things keep the same, but I think more or less they are the same. So there's a few things you need to look up now and then. But yeah, now we would like to screw this. Let's see what you see. If this is a good angle, let's put you guys lower perhaps a bit. So this is now what we would like to screw the side here. I think it will be interesting to hold it and screw it. But yeah, hopefully the magnet on this screwdriver is strong enough. Let's see. Yeah, it sort of is. It sort of is, guys. So maybe this will work. Because I think we only need to put in maybe a few, like 2 or 3 screws, and it should basically hold on its own before, like, we can then add more of course. But like for us needing to hold it, I feel like that's where the need then ends. So we'll start with these upper ones. We don't even need to put them like tighten them all the way, because we would still like to be able to move them. So for that sake, let's just put a few here. There's again a gazillion screws here, so this will take us a while, just like the motherboard took us a long time. Trying to get the screw started with my fingers, because I can't really let go of the other with my other hand. Like that. Can't believe this. Okay, so 2 screws are soon in. Okay, so now it should be holding up on its own like this. But yeah, so I guess we didn't really have an option, because you can see there's like 3 different like threads here, like I don't know what you call these, but there's only one here. So since we want to of course like attach this one side, this is only for like different widths of these fans, because I think this one might have like 120 the fans here. So I think they have like, I don't know, I don't think they have these small gap differences. Maybe they do. Maybe I just don't know about those. Because I know there's like 140 millimeter fans and stuff. So yeah, that's interesting. Also, hello Bogus, hellost. Just had an ad, but yeah, I think the main change was fan to water cooling. I'm still on fan though. Yeah, and I think with this this water cooling that I'm like currently using with this like AO, like all-in-one AIO, is that it's not really that different from like just the fans. Because like here you just have the pump, but if you were to like start doing the pipes yourself, like buy yourself like a pump unit, bend those pipes yourself, like buy a heater gun and like bend those, then it comes like a whole new different, that's where the differences start. That's a whole different kind of thing. But I guess this is still similar to the just having air fans on your build. And of course even then you have like of course fans there, but like there's like a whole new aspect to it if you start bending those water pipes. So I feel like there's some bigger differences. But that's also like, I don't think that's something you would do for like another person, because like I've also built like multiple PCs for myself. I've also built like during middle school and like high school, I guess the equivalent of ours to high school. I built like PCs for my friends, but I would like never would have done anything that hardcore for just like a friend. They're also like hella expensive, and again like those didn't exist back then. But even now I don't think, if I were like younger now, like if someone would be like, yeah, can you do a custom PC like with bent pipes and stuff like that, with like no cables visible and stuff like that, so much work. I don't think I would be like, yeah, of course I can do that for you. You're such a good friend of mine. I'll do it free of charge even. But yeah, so I think I'll just use all these screws since we have them. It's actually not that slow even. But yeah, hello Bogus, what are you up to on this lovely, I was gonna say Friday evening, but I guess it's sort of evening. I guess it's already like night time for Squishy Joshi. Because I think Sydney was 7 hours ahead of us, so it's like 10 p.m. for you then. I only changed to an AIO after swapping to a higher TDP CPU. 65 watt ones don't really benefit much from them. Yeah, there's like a clear definition of like when there's gonna be like added heating from them. So if you have like a, again like how you said with like the TDP, so how much power it uses, because that power is basically directly translated to heat. So the more power the CPU takes, the more heat it also produces. So you can quite easily tell from just the amount of power it takes whether this is needed or not. But I was trying to look up, I have to say I didn't like really find clear like answers, because I was like trying to look up like just clear FPS differences between like a setup that has air cooling and then a AIO. So I would like to see on like high-end CPUs that what's the actual difference, because like with the AIO you still like cool it with like the fans. Like of course you still do it with like any water ones, that you still cool it with air. It's just that the water gets cooled with the air, not the processor directly, not the CPU directly. But I was like interested if I could find, but I at least with like quick searches didn't find like clear answers how much better is the IOU compared to like a high-end fans like Noctua, like D15 or whatever those are called. Like what's the performance difference? Because there's also like you have like cheaper AIOs, so like there's like price difference is hardly a thing anymore either. So like the high-end air fans are also similar in price. I already struggled building my own. Yeah, 10 p.m. here. Yeah. My struggle building this one was I put the power supply in place before putting the cables into it, so it was a nightmare trying to get it all connected. Yeah, actually we discussed that. I mentioned that when I put in my own PSU, I think that's what it's called, like the power unit. Because in this case there's like so much space. I can actually show you. I think this one will survive just fine if we lift this up. So it should be on the right side as well already. So I heard some. Oh yeah, it does drop. But yeah, so here you can see there's like ample space. I think you can see this. Yeah, so this guy is like sideways here, and there's you can see all the connectors, and there's like so much space here. But in most cases, what I've also seen that this goes like normally it goes sideways down there, and then there's like hardly any space to go to the last ones there. So this one here is like luxurious space. So I really like this one. This one I have to say I have like no complaints on this guy. This guy here. So I can definitely recommend this. This was the H7 from NZXT. But yeah, actually, Squishy Josh, I have to show you one thing, because that's absolutely diabolical. And since you just joined, you missed it from the start. But I had like the previous PC we used for scavenging parts was also from NZXT, and Skelly knew that this is ABS plastic, and it becomes yellow over sun exposure. So just look at this guy. I think with this light the difference is even worse, because this is like plate, but this is plastic, like the sides here. So look at this guy. This is horrible. Like this new case I have is from the same manufacturer, but this to me it looks like it's all plate. So I don't think this will happen in the future. But this is really weird. Like they saved in the wrong spot. So that's something I was like not too happy about when I like suddenly. I don't think it even like happened during the first some years, but just like suddenly it was all yellowish, and it's like this 80s plastic. It just like reminded me of like elementary school or something, like they had those extremely old ones. I think it's mostly noise benefits. Yeah, I guess that's something. Yeah, that's something to like think about too. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's nice. It's much better spacing. Yeah, I feel like this one here is like well designed, because there's also like you can see here's this like sled for the HDD and SSD if you have these older ones, so 2.5 inch and a 3.5 inch ones. So there's like two of those can be put there. That's really nice. So yeah, that's nice. Yeah, my one was sideways and basically blocked on all sides. Yeah. God damn. Or something about how yellow it's got that reminds me of the 90s. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking, like the 90s or the 80s or something. That's like we had all the. I remember like we had like speakers that were like originally that color already. So yeah, crazy decolorization. All of my computers are black, so I probably won't have that kind of issue. Yeah. I like this was my first white case, the one you just saw. And I was like thinking if I want another one, if I want to go to the black cases again. But I do like the white ones. And I was thinking that okay, maybe this one's all plate, because that's what I was like looking up, that this has this like mesh grid kind of thing. So I was like, yeah, that's probably not plastic, so we wouldn't have the same problem again. Definitely reminds me of the old pieces. Yeah, that's like blast in the past. the color of the plastic there. So that was definitely diabolical. But yes, so I think we'll turn it around again, and I think we can attach the pump then. I think that makes the most sense now. I don't think there's like, we've talked about it already, or I've said it already, that I don't think there's like hard-coded order of how to do things, what needs to be done before something else. There's just like some things are nicer to do when you have more space and stuff. So depending on your case, there might be things on your build that make more sense to be done before something else. But yeah, so we have these diabolical cables here. We'll need to tie them together. Then we have the pump for the AIO. So we'll take you guys closer. So you guys are on a microphone boom arm at the moment. So I bought a new microphone for the stream as well, and then an arm for it. And there's like a ring light on you. So you guys actually helping with the light here very much. White does look more futuristic. Yeah, I feel like the white one, because I like you can see my setup otherwise is mostly like white and black. So there's the diabolically massive monitors I have, and then the desk is white, so it's like black and white basically all around. So I thought I'd get keep the white elements there as well. The whole living room is a mess at the moment because of this madness here. Oh yeah, there's the new parts command, and then there's also the scavenge, which is like what I got from my my previous PC. So the scavenging list is a bit shorter because there's only the 3080 so the graphics card, and then the hard drives you saw on the back. 2 vertical monitors on either side, like a through coder. Yeah, those actually do help, because I can have like the Teams on one side there, and when I'm not working, it's like Discord on that side. So there's like all of those like chat programs are so much better on a vertical monitor. Or is it like, yeah, I would say like portrait, I guess, is how I would describe it. But yeah, so then we need to add in the brackets. I think these were the ones. Yeah, because I'm so high up. I'll take you guys lower a bit so I can see what you see. But yeah, so there's these brackets. It was easier with this AMD setup, so we didn't have to remove these brackets on the motherboard. Because I remember with the Intel builds, usually I have had to remove the stock ones in the. So this will be a bit faster because of that. So we'll just have to attach these. Again, sorry for the spam. I think there's gonna be some plastic rustling. But yeah, so these kind of irons need to be put on that pump, so it then can take onto these plastics. So basically onto these guys here. So it attaches to those. So we have to do that. I guess we could have done it before the pipe, like before the cooling thing there is was attached, so that the pipe here doesn't prevent us from doing this, but I think we can manage. Now the question is, how do we do this? Is this up or down, or I think we need to maybe we might consult the manual once more. And also guys, never remove these stickers, it's a lie. No, just kidding, can't believe this. But yeah, I guess there's a massive difference if you put it up or downwards. I feel like here there's like it's lodges in here, so I think this is the right way to do it, but we'll check the manual just to be sure. Then I guess the question is like, which way do we turn this guy onto? So like with these pipes here, do we put it like this? Or do we try to turn it around? Because I guess this could also maybe work. I think this would be harder like this. I guess maybe it could work. Then you don't want to twist them too much. They do allow for some manipulation. So I guess this would be the easiest way to turn them. And again, I have heard like there's a difference, like there's a clear thing that you should never have the pump be above where these end up in, so that if there's ever any like air bubbles in it, that they don't like end up on the pump. But in this case, because the fans are on the roof of the case, there's none of that. There's no risk for that to happen. So in this build of ours, that's not an issue. There, so there's the bag of screws that we screw this in with, and then we'll check the manual one more time to see if there's any. I think there was a picture on which side those brackets go on. I think it's quite clear that they go on top, but we might as well check it, because again, we're not in a rush. No rush for us, guys. But yeah, basically if you look at this manual here, the instructions for both are like, yeah, you just remove the sticker and put in the like thermal paste. But then on the Intel side, there's like, yeah, this, all you need to like start removing these brackets from the motherboard and all that stuff. So in the AMD case, it was just that, yeah, you just attach these. So here's the AMD one. You just screw those brackets on top of that. Yeah, I think it's on top. Yeah, it's clearly on top. So that's what we'll do then. Oh yeah, and you also like screw it from underneath. That's interesting. Yeah, I think I would have, had I not checked this manual, I think I would have screwed it from the other direction. So you put it like this into here, and then you put the screw from underneath here. I think I would have like screwed it from the top. So it was I guess a good thing we checked the manual. Manuel. Let's find I think we had a smaller screwdriver as well. Did we? Where did it go? Who stole it? Can't believe this. Let's see if maybe this bigger one will work. Wait, this doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel like it. Well, maybe it's not there yet. Yeah, okay, maybe it does. Maybe it does tighten enough. Because it is a bit scary that there's like nothing on the on the other side. Because I would like to get like a. I don't want to tighten it too much either, because then I might just like make it worse. But yeah, I would like there to be something on the other side there, so that it can't come loose on its own. But I guess they have tested this. Surely they know what they're doing. So that's one side done. And then we need to do the other side as well. It would help if I had 3 arms here, like so much screwing. Yeah, this is mainly all screwing here. Getting screwed, guys. But yeah, I guess like computer building is 90% screwing. Like that's basically the only activity you're doing. So you need to like that. You need to enjoy screwing. Then the final one, maybe Scoopy could help out there. There. Let's see if Scoopy helps or not. I'm a bit worried. Because you know this was an expensive build, so let's hope Scoopy doesn't come in and sabotage. Surely Scoopy would never. But yeah, so the thing I'm talking about is you can see the end of the screws there. And that worries me a bit, that if you think that maybe they come loose or threads run out or whatever. So that's an interesting solution, that there's nothing at the end of it. But yeah, there was a Shorty Avant redemption. So we'll have a Scoopy come in and investigate. I like screwing around. Can't believe this, folks. Can't believe this. But yeah, Scoopy would like to do a little bit of scooping on the CPU there. So yeah, Scoopy is still our mascot, even if Avant has actually been taken away from the plot. So we no longer have Avant there, which is diabolical. Can't believe this. Saddest day. But luckily we have Scoopy still. Yeah, Scoopy likes scooping around. Yeah, that is true. But yeah, so I think we're like maybe halfway done now. I guess maybe a bit further than halfway, because I guess we're mostly doing the cablings then. Depends on how long we'll take with those. No more Avant. Yeah, not for some time. I think we'll get it back before the end of the year, but there will be some time then that we don't have Avant with us on the plot. So my father needed it. He has some stuff he needs it for as well, so. And it is his after all, so. But yeah, so now the biggest mistake we can do is just like we peel this sticker away. That's not the mistake, that's something we need to do. But then we just install it on the CPU block there. So we just put it there and be happy. But the issue there is that we need to put in some thermal paste. If we don't, it will like immediately overheat. But I don't think that's like a general mistake people make. So I think that's something people know to avoid. Trying to see if it needs to be clean, but it looks to me like it is clean. The surface of the processor there, the CPU. So yeah, then I guess there's like everyone has their own opinion on how to apply the thermal paste. Like what's the best way to do it. how much to put in, all that stuff. My experience, again, you can argue with this, and I don't think there's necessarily a right way or a wrong way. I tend to do a sort of like a cross on here, because from my experience that spreads the best. Maybe a bit of a dab somewhere else as well, but I think this one here looks like it's small enough that I don't think we need those dabs necessarily. Because we also don't like want to have a massive amount, because then it like spews out. But again, I guess I would always rather it spew out than not have enough. So I started working on the Nat Jellica remix earlier today. I was gonna like say to you, because you saw, like I saw you posting a EDM track stuff. I was gonna like type you that you need to start working on that. There's also like, I was laughing because there's the clip from when we were playing the Finnish Cottage Simulator together, and there's the clip where just like looting comes in and Rick dies, and Nat there like says, I think she says something like "what happened" or something, but the way she says it, it's like full of despair there. So I think that's something you could also use. It's on the, like, there's a clip of just that moment, so you can take it from the clip as well. Like where Nat says the "what happened." So yeah, then we try to place it there. I think we would like it like this. I think that's the way we would like it. So then we of course would like this hook thingy to attach, so that we can then start tightening these guys out. Do we actually have to untighten this first? I maybe should have checked that first. Can I make these longer? Yeah, I can. So that's there. Let's see the other side. Wait, is that already there? Might need to stand up. Stand up. Oh yeah, it's not even close. Like this. And then, yeah, this one is almost loose. Let's see if we can spin it back. I hope I'm spinning it back. It's looking like it's not spinning away, at least. Yeah, I completely loosened this one. Wait, does it go this way then? Wait, what the hell? What the hell? Interesting. This feels like it's spinning empty. What the hell? Is it clipped? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is clipped. I think that was a really good timing there. This thing is like loose, like wiggles around. I don't think the other one is. Yeah. I wonder what's up with this. What's up with that guy? I'm assuming if you just tighten it, it should go back to it, but this definitely just spins the way it wants. What happened? I'm gonna say the same as Nat said, that what happened? So we might have to just do the thermal paste again after we find out what happened with this guy. Okay, now it's there. Let's see what the based bread looks like. I think it's still okay. Try to, since we haven't like tightened it yet, so I think it might be good. That's there, and we need to make sure the other end is there. Okay, so now those both of the sides are there. So then we would like to tighten them at the same time, so we don't make it like uneven. So we spin both of those. So yeah, I think I loosened it too much, so I'd like lost the whole thing. Luckily it went back where it was supposed to. I usually switch hands as well, because my hands are definitely not of the same strength, so like trying to keep it evenly when you can only spin with one. But yeah, I guess you can like overdo this as well, so if you like do it too much you can break the plastics and stuff, so you don't want to overdo it either. But yeah, that's all solid there. But yeah, that whole clip was like comedy gold for me, at least. I was laughing so much when I saw it afterwards as well. Like it was a really funny timing and all, since Lutin comes in the stream and Nat is like, do you guys want to introduce yourselves? And then just Rick just dies. Like straight up folds. So that was like a funny timing there. But yeah, so that's the CPU then installed. I think the most stressful parts are done. I guess the only one remaining would be this like graphics card installation. That could be a stressful part. But then we also need to get all the cables connected, and like that's another stressful part, that we remember all of them. I'll take a small hydrate. I could actually maybe even get something like a Mynthon to not lose my voice. Because there's plenty of building to be done still. Hopefully that will help. We need a Mynthon sponsorship as well. Oh, that was a hydrate redeem. Good thing I just sipped it. The recent addition to the remix is her saying, "Oh, I think my toast is ready." Yeah, there was so many good ones on that car stream there. It was truly peak content. But yeah, so I guess then we could start putting in the cables. For this AIO, there was this like bundle of cables. I can show you guys. I will take you a bit more to the side. So there was this bundle of cables, and then there was this other, which is bundle of cables for power. I was like counting how many are there, but yeah, I think this definitely is the one. And then this one, I think this bundle is for the lights. Just saw the clip, yeah. It's a really good one. But yeah, I think the Nat's reaction to like, what happened? I think that's a song worthy already. It's somehow full of despair, the way she says it. I wish we had like commands where you could like play clips on stream. That would be nice, because that's something we would definitely do. But yeah, so this one is to like combining the electricity. So I'm actually curious, because there's like 3 here. We have, I wonder what's the, let's maybe check the manual again, because we do have like 3 fans plus the pump, but it could be that the pump doesn't go onto that. So this is all those 3 are for the fans, but it's wonder because the one is, it's weird, the one is different colored. So what's the dealio there? But yeah, I don't think the the pump goes onto those, so I think those are only for the fans. And this one here, I think this then is for all of those. So we have more than enough. There's 5 of these going into one, is what I'm getting from this. Interesting. So yeah, let's check the manual again. I think the picture there was looking confusing, but I think it's still like somewhat straightforward how it's meant to be. Let's see, where was it? Oh, yeah, here it is. This is the picture. So there's the 3 cables. Oh yeah, so there's one extra, so that's the one there. Because I was thinking like there surely is one extra here, but apparently I think they're like reusing this component or like this extension cable, so they just leave with the one extra. So we have only the 3 from the fans. Those are the ARGB, and then there's the one from the pump, and then the pump goes directly to the motherboard for electricity, and then the extension cable for the fans goes into the motherboard. So yeah, I was on the right track. Just that there was this one extra that threw me off. And I still guess the weird part is that there's this one with the different color, but there was no explanation for that. So I assume that's all good. But yeah, so I guess for the build here, we could try and get it a bit fancier. So we would just like take these to the back of the build, like to the back of the case, and then just bring them back so that they would not be like visible. We'll see. I guess for that sake there's the problem that this one here, I don't know how well you can see that, but the one there on this, these are the shortest because they are from the furthest away, and then the other ones are like longer and longer, so we'll have to connect all these then. And I guess we are playing with the shortest one. So if we connect that, I guess we can still have them go to, we'll just put them like up until here, but actually that means that we don't really have any extra length, because if we then have this extension here and it needs to go somewhere like this, we might actually have to rotate it from the other side. Well, I guess that could also work. We'll just try to hide them so that this one is somewhere here, and this cable goes maybe from here then. Although I have to say that now that I see that it would maybe have made more sense to have that fan the other way around. I guess all of those fans could be goddamn these guys. Do we move these? Because now that I see that maybe if we had these cables coming from the downwards there, we would have more space. So that would make it neater. But that would mean that we take out all these fans. It's not that much of a work, I guess. It's just gonna take us a bit of time. We'll make it look nicer, so I guess we could do that. So we just like move these fans, like turn them upside down from where they are now, so we get the cables from below there. So you live and learn, guys. Can't believe this. Because then we have more of the cables like lengthwise, and then I think we can easily take them to the back of the case. So yeah, I guess we'll remove all of them then. I think the hardest ones are these, which are near the pipe. So yeah, let's just redo them. But luckily, since this is an amateur stream, this is like what you were expecting already. Things needing to be done multiple times. So surely this is nothing you weren't expecting. And I guess this is still like if we have these kind of issues, I don't mind. Like as long as we don't break anything, I don't really mind having to do things again. Because we have the whole evening. We're in no rush. But yeah, I don't think I've ever put in like this kind of block where there's like multiple fans like this. So I guess this is a sort of like a learning moment as well, that when we do this in the future, that we should start with thinking where the cables go from these. Like that's the only thing you should be worrying about. So now that this thing comes out, we rotate it. Also drop the screw on the table, it seems. I think we'll find it, hopefully. Hello. And then we just place it back, but this time like this, like so. Put in the screw a bit first. But yeah, so Joshi, do you think that that voice line there is music worthy? Am I alone with this? Am I alone in this? Because I think it's also like surprisingly clear from like all the other sounds around it, so like I feel like it can be isolated quite nicely. So there's like nothing else going on at the moment, like none of us are talking over her and stuff, so I think that's like it's perfect in that sense as well. Yeah, then we need to rescue that one screw that fell. Moving the computer, trying to see if there's no cables underneath. Very nice. I was hoping for something else, but I think she laughed too much during it. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, it was a lot of laughing, of course. But I think it was like a desperation slash laughter. But yeah, I think that was still like one of the clearest ones without like none of us talking. A lot of the samples I got, she laughs immediately. Yeah, I think that was most of the stream back then, because it was really noise. But yeah, I now have a better microphone, so maybe I'll do a stream of the. What was the name of the game? I think it was like a Jellica or something. That's what the where you could voice act all the sounds in the game. So that was really nice. I would need to make a game where you can do the same, so you can voice act all the voice lines and stuff. But yeah, so we're now disassembling this Jellica. Yeah, Jellica World. Yeah, that was the game. Very nice. So shout out to that game as well. You could make your own SFX noises. So there was like you were driving a 2D car, but you could also like make the car noises and stuff yourself. So you could record the broom broom sounds and stuff. So it was really something different. I actually wonder if we can replace this middle fan without taking the, because it's like squashed there in the middle, so let's maybe take out the side one first as well. It's a bit cramped there. Yeah, I remember the Jellica World also reminded me of like this, I think it was Elastomania was the name of the game that I played as a kid. It was shortened to Elma usually, but that was like a 2D motorcycle game with similar mechanics that you were able to like tilt it backwards and forwards and do like flips and stuff. But I remember it was also like a hard game, similar to what it looks like. The Jellica was also the sort of like a struggle game if you go far enough. Okay, now the middle fan fell. I've fallen, I can't get up. So again we turn these cables around so we get them to the back there. Trying to see if the screw holds a line. If there's somewhere there, a bit downwards. There, yeah. Let's try it. Damn, it didn't hold it. Can't believe this, guys. You weren't holding it for me. Was it here? Yeah, I think it was. Looks like it is. Again, we don't need to go crazy tight. Elastomania was the best. Yeah, I think there are others here that have also played it, because I think it's like I don't know if it's a Finnish made game, but I feel like it's a classic here. I think many people played it as a kid. What GPU are you going to put in the PC? Also, hello Binky Bonky. I have like scavenged this GPU, so the graphics card from my current PC, so it's 3080. That's going in. So RTX 3080. Because I actually did like compare the 3080 to the more modern ones, so like the 4080 and the 5080 and stuff, but the raw performance difference is only like 20% or something like that. Of course there's like the DLSS and stuff that you do like get a lot of benefit from when playing, but for like raw performance the difference is not that great. So that's why I was thinking that I'll think about that if there's gonna be like better models coming up or whatever. So because at the moment it seemed like the bottleneck for my PC was the CPU, because that was like dying when I was trying to stream the Finnish cottage simulator, which is apparently processor heavy then. But yeah, so with that game I was running out of CPU, so that's the reason behind this upgrade here, and also why I didn't go for the graphics card yet. So I think because now we have this like basically my previous PC is just waiting without the graphics card, and I think Elina would like to start gaming as well, so I think we'll need to come up with a solution for it. So whether I buy like a used graphics card for that, or if I'll actually buy a better one for myself. But it's just that the graphics cards are like the most expensive part on a PC, so if I go for like a 5080 or something, that's like €1,000 plus easily, so the added benefit would need to be larger for me to justify the price, I mean. But yeah, hello Bingy Bonky, how are you? The new Radeon cards are great apparently. Yeah, I was also gonna say that it might be that I would switch from Nvidia's camp to something. I guess the only option right now is the Radeon, so AMD camp. But I think there's been at least talk of like new ones coming in. I think Intel has been trying, but I don't know if those are any good. I think I wouldn't be once like starting trying out those ones, so maybe the Radeon ones. Because I think there's been like leaks that like the new ones are performing better than the 5080 and 5090 and stuff, even without the DLSS and stuff. So that to me sounds like a true improvement, unlike the sort of, for me it feels like a bit fake that you get this like massive improvement, but it's mostly like AI inventing some frames coming up with stuff in between there. Because I like, if you just look at those images like next to each other, like DLSS on and off, you can, for example, in Cyberpunk, you lose like texts on the billboards and stuff because it cannot like guess what should be the texts in there. So there's like stuff that you lose if you use those. Of course, like most of the time you don't really need those kind of things, but it's just interesting development that it's considered the superior way of doing it, and it's just like artifacts after artifacts compared to the native image. 9070 XT is on par with the 5070 Ti. It's €250 cheaper. Yeah, that sounds good. And I'm also already like liking the fact that like it doesn't matter if you're like a fanboy of each camp or whatever. It's just that there's competition that's already good. Because I feel like for so many years the Nvidia has had like such a grip on the high-end GPUs that like they don't really have to like think about the price or whatever. Like there hasn't been any competition there. So already if we have a competition where the price is also cheaper, that's already good, because I feel like they haven't had a competition on the high-end ones for so long now, for years and years. But yeah, so now we have all the cables on that side, so I guess we could maybe now do it so that we lift this thing up and get all the cables on that side. We could maybe first attach these extension cord cable thingies to the where we need them on the motherboard and push them on that side as well, and then do the connections on that side. So we'll have to just, again, we can consult the motherboard image here, like where do we need them. There's the CPU fan, and then there's the AIO pump. So the pump is the easiest one to install because that doesn't need to leave this place, so it just goes into it. But I think there's also like, there should be, I hope, some like just for like fans. Yeah, so there's the CPU fan. I guess we can attach those. Those are basically CPU fans here. And then there's the ARGB that we need to connect. So yeah, let's see. Let's first push these cables that we don't need. So for example, this guy here. Let's push you there. So we just take the ones we need and start with those. So these are the ones on the pump. Let's take them to the side for now. These are the ones on the fans. Let's push them all in there. Let's push all of these guys here. If we can. It would help if there was someone on the other side pulling them, but I think we can manage. So that's all the cables on the fans now in there. Then we just attach the power for the pump. I need to stand up again. I hope Intel figures out the GPUs. More competition is great for consumers. Yeah, I'm thinking the same. That I'm just hoping that sooner than later they would come up with actual competition there. Because like you said, the more competition, the better it is for consumers. Always. There's basically no exceptions to that rule. So that's basically always the case. So yeah, then we attach the pump, power for the pump like that, and then we have this like cable, and then we need to decide where do we put this. So I think we'll just try to sneak it underneath there so it won't be too visible. So somewhere like this. I think it will move around before it's finished, but for now we'll just leave it there. Then we have this is for the ARGB, so we'll push that again also to the other side, because I think we'll connect all those in here. We'll put that over there as well. And then we have this extension thingy for the ARGB, so we'll first connect this guy and then we'll push it there as well. I hope it fits from there. Could start maybe we'll lift it up at this point, because I feel like it will be easier if I can push the cables in already. Let's put you guys here first, and then we'll hoist this guy upwards. I wonder what direction should I be filming now? Like what should you guys be seeing? So I think I will have the case sort of like this in the middle here. Well, I guess you only have this option of like switching this side. So let's put you guys here then. So let's put you guys like this here. So here you can see all the cables coming out onto this side. I'm assuming all of them are still there. Yeah, they should all be here. See, there's one cable on this side. Wonder what's the deal with that. Can we get this guy also from the same side, like here? So here we have all the cables. Very nice. Lots and lots of cables. There's a few power cables, so these are the powers for the fans, and then there's the RGB ones. But yeah, so now I will attach this attach these to the motherboard and push the extensions on the other side as well. Yeah, there's the mandatory rainbow vomit. I think these ones I can like adjust, so I think I will hopefully get them all blue colored, because that's what I'm hoping to get. So we'll see. We'll see if we can do that or not. But that's what I'm hoping. Hoping that we would get the, instead of like, not that there's anything wrong per se on the RGB ones, but just that I prefer the like a singular color instead of moving lights. I guess we could maybe do it so that we just, instead of trying to push that larger block through there, I'll just push the connector from this side like this. And then let's see if I can connect this guy. I'm not seeing this connection happening, but I don't know if there's much to see in this. That's now connected. So that's on that side, so now we have power there. And then I guess we do the same with this ARGB controller thingy here, that we just push the small connector onto the right side. Now the question is from which direction? Because I think it was here that we need it. Let's maybe put it from here. I guess it could still be long enough. We can do it from here. If we can, that is. Hello? There we go. Like so. And then I'll just connect this one, and then I'll come to the side you guys are on to do the rest of the connections. This connector is an interesting one to connect. I think I've seen this before. Yeah, there it goes. I think it went all the way. Hopefully. Well, we'll know if the RGBs are not RGBing, then it needs to go deeper. But yeah, so then we can work on this cable mess here. So here we have the extension with the powers. Again, I don't know why this one is different color. The manual didn't even help with that, so I'm assuming that's nothing to worry about. Trying to see where each of these come, so that when we do like tie them up, they wouldn't be like in a tangle. We wouldn't want them to be tangled. So then I guess we start connecting. That's the first one. This will be hella tangled, I can already tell. Guys, we are tangling them up. Where's the, oh yeah, there's the fan. I was like, do I already miss one? That's the second one, then the third one. From here. Like so. So now all of these are connected. So we could basically push them. There's like space here on this upper part. So we could basically push them there. But I think we'll need to have something to like, either like a zip tie or something around them. But we'll see. And then this one here had like one extra, so there was 5 connectors and only 4 need to be used. I don't think it mattered which ones will be used and which one won't, so we can just start connecting. But yeah, these kind of connectors I'm unfamiliar with, so these are a bit freaky. Oh yeah, it does snap, so I think that's noise. I don't know if you can see this. Maybe I need to move you guys a bit. I guess you can see quite well. So yeah, this like 3 spikes out of 4, so you know which way to put these on. There's no guessing needed here. You can try to push them in straight, not bending them in any way. Again, we'll see where we end up with this then. Like, where do we put these rest of these cables? Again, trying not to tie them up too much, like make a knot out of these guys. Connect one more. I think there's still one more. Yeah, it's this one here. This, I think, is from the pump. So that's the cable mess we have right now. The tiny zip ties are a PC builder's best friend. Yeah, actually I think both the motherboard and the, oh actually was it the, it could either be the case or the motherboard, and then I think the PSU brought us, like they were like zip ties with them. The ones, I think the PSUs or the power unit had these long ones, but we also got shorter ones. Let's see where they are. I think I put them on the side here as well. Maybe. Did I lose them already? Guys, I lost them. I do remember seeing them not so long ago. But yeah, like shorter ones I think would make more sense here with these cables. Oh yeah, they are here. So these a bit shorter ones I think we could use. But the thing is that I tend to not do this too early, because like if we get more cables now, we could like tie them up with them. There's also these like cable like stickers here that we can also use, but for these guys I think I can also again like push all of these guys up into this attic area. So I think we'll put them there for now, depending of course again if we need to use this attic area for something else or not. But if we end up with just these guys there, I think we'll just zip tie them together, but they should be relatively okay there. So yeah, I think then the next steps would be to, oh damn, the guy is coming out. God damn. Guy was not happy there. But yeah, so we have also all of these cables from the case, so the top panel there, that we also need to connect. So I wonder if we do that now. There's also we could start putting in power cables as well. I'm thinking what would be the best order of business here. I guess we could take a peek on again the manual for the motherboard. So this guy here, like where do we put all of these? So where do we start moving them from? Because I think there's some, yeah, there's like a USB stuff on the bottom here, so we can get some of those from here. Just trying to find where's the front panel is also on this side here, so I think we can take all of these from there, like mostly from this side here. So we could do that next, because I guess it's mostly cabling now, so we then have to, like, of course the only component still missing is the GPU, so the graphic card. But that's usually something I put in pretty much the last, because that doesn't really need any more cables than only the power cables. So that's quite easy to put in. Cable management is the last thing I usually do. Yeah, for me as well. Like when I have all the cables there, that's when I usually start with the zip ties and stuff. But I always tend to like think about this. For example, this upper area here is that if I need to do some more stuff in there, that whether or not I stuff them in there or not. Also, I'm curious if it shows from the other side, like if that area is completely blocked. From here it looks like it is, but I don't know if there's like a peekaboo into there. Because there's also like this CPU power goes, I think, from here. So I think we'll need to make enough space for that at least. But I don't think there's anything else for that. So I don't think we don't need to stress too much about that. But I guess we could already start with the power cables and stuff. I guess the order is pretty much free here. we can do whatever. I don't think whatever we do will be too much in the way of like what we'll need to do next. I think those kind of things we've already done, hopefully at least. There's also actually, it says here there's like installation steps, so like 1 to 12 or something. So let's see, what does this say. It says the last one would be, oh wait, I don't think there's a clear indication here. I don't know if there's like a big difference in this, but I guess we could maybe do the bigger power cables now as well. So we do the cables from the case, but also we check out the biggest power cable, so the one for the motherboard and then for the CPU. So we'll take those guys. So we then can maybe tilt you guys so you can see the cables better. Maybe like this. So here are the different cables. This is the power for the motherboard. So this is the largest one. These are usually attached so that it's like laying on its side, because it needs to be pushed quite hard. So we might wait on this. I think I'll attach it from this side, but not on the other. This is interesting because rarely have I seen a cable that's such loosely, like all of these are like separate threads. That's a rare one, at least from my experience. I don't see these too often. So that's interesting. But yeah, so this one we can put on the PSU. So there's like clearly defined places where these go. So you don't need to start guessing with these, which is always nice. So you know what to do. Again, you don't want to push the cables. You want to push the connectors. This one here is a bit hard because it's sideways. Let's see how this works. I will turn it a bit. Is it already in? No, it's not. I think the whole case will move if I... Is it in there? It's a bit... It looks like it's a bit loose, so I will try to push it a bit further. Oh yeah, it is in there. Very nice. But yeah, so this sideway PSU is actually for this pushing in the cables. I feel like it's not the most optimal one. Although I guess it doesn't really differ from the other ones. It's just that when you're like used to the ones laying flat, I feel like then you're pushing them from the side more so than you're doing it here. But yeah, so this one I think we would like to get in from somewhere here. So I think we'll use these cable holders on here, but we'll wait for that a little bit. Maybe we'll just put it on that side already. Let's see. Let us see. So they are from here, yeah. It would be nice to connect it already. Do we go for it, guys? You need to put this guy on the side again. The rubber feet are jumping. Bouncing time. Yeah, I was thinking, so you might have to pull out the cables from the top shelf so you can plug in the CPU. Yeah, that's what I said already, that's the only thing that we need to do from that side. So I think that's a possibility, is that we need to make room for the CPU power, but there's nothing else on that side, so that's the only thing that could cause us to go in and check that upper section again. But yeah, so I'll put this guy again on its back so that I can connect this main power here for the motherboard. Again checking, yeah, it's going like this. And again, because we need to push quite hard, that's why I prefer it to be like this, laying flat. But here I guess the cables are interesting if we can put them underneath the, if there's gonna be too much of a turn here or not. Because these are like single threads, which again I haven't seen this before. Like the cables so far for me have always been like tied up. So that's for the motherboard. But yeah, so we need the cable for the CPU. Then actually you can see quite how rough they are, the the cables on there. So we might not want to put them on the shelf there because they are like visible onto this side. So we'll see. We'll see about that. But yeah, so the CPU power goes onto these two here. So there's like two connectors there. So for those, I think we'll regardless have to take the guys out of the top shelf. So we'll continue there. I will turn this guy up again. But yeah, I think regardless the top shelf is looking quite ugly from this side, so we might have to do this something else with these guys. We'll see. But yeah, the whole table moves so much because it's like a cheap IKEA table. Maximum regrets. But yeah, so then I'll check. So there's the CPU. Yeah, I guess all of those are. There's like 3 to choose from for like CPU and stuff. So just find the CPU cable from here. CPU. Let's see, is there another one? I'm assuming there's another one because the motherboard takes 2. So yeah, I'm assuming these 2 are the only ones. These are the ones we need then. CPU, PCIe. Yeah, so we have 4 of those CPUs less PCIe. So 2 for the CPU and then 2 for the GPU. Let's hope we have enough cables for this. I hope we do. This is a interesting looking one. I think this might be the new. Yeah, there's this new PSU. I think this is for the like the beefier graphic cards. They come with this like 600 watt ones. I haven't seen these before, but I haven't been buying the newer ones. The newer GPUs, so I haven't had the use for those. Oh, that's a tight spot considering the radio is also kind of in the way. Oh yeah, it will be interesting how we can turn it from there. Yeah, that's true. We'll see what happens there. I guess that's what we'll be doing next. So yeah, let's connect this guy. So I think these ones on the back here were the ones we can use, but also the one here in the front. So this one, and then we need another one. Where did I put the cable? I had so many ready here, but yeah, this one. Yeah, there's another one. Not the same kind. So many zip ties coming out from this. Again, we need to look into here. So let's put this guy on the top one. So yeah, these 2 then we need to put from the upper part here. So the question is, do we have enough space that we would like go from these ticket routes into here? Well, I guess we'll connect them first and see what the route will be like. So I think maybe hoist you guys up a bit. you can see better. So I guess we'll just push them on that side. I think it's the, let's take these guys out from there for now. I think we need to put these from this one. So from here, I will look onto the other side and see what it's looking like. Yeah, that's the correct place for them. Again, we need to turn this case around, but again I'm trying to put these guys so that it's not like smashing onto them when we turn it around. Can't believe that rubber shoes on it. Again, try to see that the cables are not getting squashed when we turn it. There's the hard drive sled there. But yeah, so those are quite loose at the moment at least, so we'll see if there's enough room for us to connect those. It does look like there's still quite a lot of space in here. The question is, how do we turn them? So we'd need them to be like going like this. Okay, first one went in quite nicely. So then there's the second one. This one may be even easier. Let's see. Can it get any easier? Although there's now less space for my fingers now, but yeah, that went in nicely too. Just push it in now. Oh yeah, that's also there. So those are now connected. So now the motherboard has power on it. So both the CPU and the motherboard are connected. I guess we could then like connect the, I was thinking, where do we actually have the SATA ports? So for those cables, that's here. So let's check this picture again, if there's anyone's nearer to us. But yeah, it looks like those are the ones. It actually looks like there's not even more than those two. But again, I guess with the newer motherboards, people are using less and less of these. I don't think I even checked that thoroughly when I chose this motherboard, if it had like 2 or 4 of those SATA connectors. But yeah, it's now looking like we do need to come up with like one of these SATA cables from somewhere else, because this one has the 90-degree angle and there's no way we can fit that here. And then on the other side it's the same thing, so we can't really use this one with the 90-degree angle. So I think I will scavenge one from the previous like my old computer, because that's where we took this, like took the hard drives away from anyways. So I'll just take one of these cables, the straighter one from there. I'll have to make sure that it's a straight one I scavenge, so that I don't just take another one with a 90-degree angle. But yeah, so the one with no angles on it, this one we can attach. So we can lift hoist the case again. I have to lift you guys up as well. Like so. And then I don't know if I need to, wonder how long it takes for me to scavenge the cable. So I might have the cable somewhere, might have cables somewhere as well. So thinking if it's faster to go through the boxes I have, or if I just should go, because I don't know if I have them in those boxes. So it would be safer to know that I can scavenge from the computer. So that's why I'm thinking which one would be the faster way to do it. But yeah, now one of the cables is attached. So yeah, I think I will unlock the. I will have to unlock the. Oh, actually, it might be enough that I just unlock the side of it, like the front side of this old PC, because you could see when we started that it was on the front side there, where they were located at. So you won't be seeing this. There's not much to see. It's just me unscrewing the side panel of my previous PC. So just give me a second. That's the side panel open. Then where is the cable at? There's so many. There's so many, guys. So I think it's this one then. But yeah, unfortunately, I have to open the other side as well, because I don't see where the cable goes through. So just bear with me a moment for this scavenge action. Scavenging time. Should have just scavenged it immediately when I knew that I would need it. Okay, so now we have a scavenged cable with straight connections on both. I think I will have to make sure this is the one for the HDD, because I don't know what speed this guy is. So I don't want this to be the one for the SSD. I'm checking the sides of if there's like any specs on this cable. So how old is it? But there's no specs on this. Can't believe this. But yeah, so it's the upper one then. When we connect it on this side first. Smack. I don't know how well you can see. We're in a limited angle here, guys. So I'll just push this cable onto there somewhere. I don't know, there's some power cable in the way. Let's hope it goes onto the correct side of that one, and then we just plug it in here. Like so. So now we have two of these both connected, and then we need power for them and all that stuff. So we can then go to the back of it. Oh yeah, there's the command for what's coming in this new one. There's also the command for like exclamation mark scavenge, or what's being removed from the previous PC I had, but that's mostly the 3080 and also like these two hard drives that you're now seeing. Those are also part of the scavenging project we had. So yeah, there's the from previous PC. There's these two hard drives that you can see now, and then there's the 3080. But yeah, so here we have this is one of the SATA connectors, and then there's the other one. Underneath there somewhere. And I said that the upper one goes to the old HDD, and the below one goes to the SSD. But yeah, we can already start like doing some cable managing. So we could put in, for example, this cable onto this side. I guess you could also like put them all the way underneath them, but I guess you could do them like this as well, maybe. Or is that crazy? Maybe that's crazy. Well, they'll hold there for now. That's the amateur way of doing it, hello? So yeah, then we have this. This one was for the SSD. So we'll connect this guy. Again, wondering if we should, what should the cable management look like? Do we make a loop? We could make a loop. Let's make a loop, guys. We'll go from there then. Maybe from here. So that's connected, and then we have this other one. Do we go from the other side? Guess the cable management is sort of like up to you how much you want to put time and effort into it. So something like this. And again we turn it. None of these will be visible, so I don't think that matters too much. But yeah, so then we have the power for those. So it's these kind of, these are usually hard to get wrong because you can only get like one sort of connectors for them. I need to start saving up so I can upgrade my PC. Still stuck on AM4 platform. Yeah, the previous one I had, like the Intel processor on the previous one I had was like 9700K, like Intel i7 maybe. And that was like 7 years old, so I guess it was also like high time for me as well to finally get some upgrades. Some upgrades on this boy. But yeah, I was actually thinking again like whether or not I upgrade all of it or if I just like reuse most of it. So if I like even get a new like PSU and stuff like that. So I was like debating how much I go, how crazy I go this time. But I feel like it's good that you make a large upgrade now and then, since it's also, like I mentioned, it's been like 7+ years since I got mine. So I think it was high time for some upgrades. But yeah, so this is the power for the first one. I'm checking, it goes like this. Sorry if the microphone smacked there. There's a magnet on it, so might have been a bit eager to smack the case. Let's see if the, oh yeah, it is going there. It just felt like it wasn't going. Didn't want to force it. So that's there. Then I'm assuming these guys don't take so much power that I would need another separate connector for them. That's my assumption though. So hopefully that's the right one. Right assumption there. Wait, is it not going? Surely it's the right way around. Yeah, it is. It is. Again, there it goes. This, I guess, this cable here is like well spaced out. It's almost like it's meant to be there. Yes, for this connector we could maybe put it underneath it. So let's loosen that out again and put this below it. Maybe that's better. Like this way, instead of how it was before. Snack that, can't believe this. Can't believe this. But yeah, so this was the CPU power. I think the cable here is, I think we can make it, we could have actually, if we had done it before, we could have put it underneath those. Can't believe this, guys. Why did we not put it underneath there? Guys, nobody warned me. You were here to warn me. So I think we'll put this guy like underneath. I don't know if we put it underneath this one necessarily. Maybe we could. So we'll start from here. So yeah, I guess we can unplug these for now. so we get the cable there better. So we'll just redo these until we make it nice. Because we have all the time in the world, no stress. Just make this until it looks good. So I guess we'll have to remove these as well, because they're also going in the way there. Always stressing slightly removing these cables, because the power cables, I feel like they're so tight, snug fit that it's a bit stressful that you get them without harming anything. So yeah, now I think we'll use this cable tie thingies here for the CPU cable. I don't know if we'll use this for anything else. So I guess for that sake we should maybe wait with this connecting the hard drives, now that we know where they go. Done, did it again. Yeah, can't believe this. Can't believe this. Can't believe I've done this. But yeah, I guess we also, like, there's only these cables from the case that need to be connected. And then there's the cables, the power cables for the GPU. So I guess we could maybe push these first before we start doing any of the final connections then. So we'll push these where we need them, and maybe also attach the power cables for the GPU so we know where those come in as well. So yeah, the GPU we have takes 2 cables. I think there we have at least 2. I think we had just the 2 slots remaining as well, so we're nice, we're nice. Hopefully there's the cables as well, surely. Yeah, there we have it. We have the 2 cables as well. I think we go from the side there. But yeah, so we're on hopefully on the home stretch here. At least I don't think, unless I've forgotten something vital. You can let me know if I have. If I've bamboozled myself somehow. Bamboozle time. But yeah, so these cables are then, let's put them here for now. And it goes into here. Just, I was putting it the wrong way around. Let's turn it upside down. Like this. I wonder how close my head is. Hello guys. Hello, hello. And then the other one. So these are like similar. So these ones have so that you can like extend it. So you can either have it like this so that it's only the 6 ones, or then you can make it 8. So you can put this next one to it. There was like some GPUs only needed like one of those full 8 ones, and then one of those smaller ones with like only the 6. So that's why you have this like option. The ones are on the side there. Maybe it's the right way around, it should be. Oh, it's not going there. What the hell? Surely guys, surely. Yeah, it is. I didn't just believe. I lacked faith. So yeah, now we have the 2 cables that the GPU, so the graphic card, needs as well. And we'll push them from the side there somewhere. Again, I guess the question is where from. Let's maybe put them from here and see where they end up. Because I guess we could now maybe install the GPU as well, because then I guess we only need to do the cables afterwards. Have I forgotten something crucial? Oh yeah, these cables as well. So we'll connect all of these guys. Just this one. That's interesting looking cable. Does it have any? Oh yeah, it's just a USB one. Okay. So yeah, let's push these from the below here. We will need to then turn this thing around so we see looking at the top part again. But yeah, I'm wondering if these are long enough, because you can like open the ties here so that they are like longer. You can push them further, but we'll see. See if we need to. Because it could very well be that these are just like long enough. Because again, we don't want like extra here, because then we're just messing up with the cables. I guess this one here, there's this whole debacle of cable stuff with just this one thing needing to be connected. So we only need this part there. Let's see. I think it looks a bit uglyish, but let's see. If we just pull out the rest of it, if that makes sense. Again, if I had like another person here helping me with this, we could do it so that one pushes these from the one side and then one person is on the other end taking them. But yeah, I'm just gonna push them all from the, I think the bottom is the one we checked that makes the most sense. And again, I would like to, when I turn this around, not squash anything, so hopefully all of these guys go downwards enough. GPU power probably from the bottom. Oh yeah, that could also maybe make sense. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, actually that could be the case. I wonder, yeah, how low does it go? You could actually see from the, I guess from here as well. Yeah, I guess I guess it depends. I think the distance could be similar, like on either side, because here's where the GPU goes on that, so whether it goes from the side or from the bottom, I guess we'll see when we lift it up, turn it around. Like where does it make most sense? Again, I'm trying to make sure that these guys don't completely plummet when I try to again hoist it so that it would be on its back for the connectors from the last connections. It's getting heavier as we do this. Now my fingers are getting squashed there. But yeah, so here are the, what the hell happened here? Here are the power cables for the, I have to say I'm not a big fan of these separate threads on these cables, like they are already messed up quite roughly. I have no idea which ones are from which of these smaller ones, maybe like this, mayhaps. Not that it matters that much, but yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter which way we go with the graphics card. Like if you think distance wise, I don't think it makes a big impact. But yeah, so we have this massive amount of cables coming in from the bottom here. So I think some of these were like really short. I think it's this one that was the shortest one. So we just need to start connecting these as well. This might be one of the last things we do then. So let's see, what was this guy? I think this is like audio. Yep, guy is an audio one. Let's see, where does that go to? So that you can see from this manual. I don't know if you can read the text, maybe not. But there's like a front system audios, the one on the bottom left here. So that's where this guy goes. So it would actually be more better. Would be more better. Sounds proper English. It would be better if we get this from the one here, but because of the PSU being here, I don't think we can get it from there. So unfortunately, we'll have to go from this direction. Then we just check from this connector here that there's like one blank. So one of these is not a connector, and then there's one pin missing. So we just have to align it so that this one blank goes onto the one missing pin. And then you just push it in. Again, not pushing the cables, but only the connector. That seems to be there. Yeah, that's there. That's the first one done. Let's see what's the next one. This is definitely a USB 3 connector. Again, we check the manual. Not that we can't like we can also like see them there, but I feel like it's easier to just see, check from these. So it's actually right underneath us. Is it? Is it? Oh, is there another one? I think it might be this one there. Let's see. Because there's the USB one, but I think there's a faster USB, but that's the one on the side there. It's actually this one we would like to get from the side there. I think we just push this back for now. Take it. We'll have to take it out again. I guess we can like do these connectors while it's like upwards as well, so it's not that bad. But yeah, so then we have, there was this cable as well. Was this the, yeah, this is the front panel. So this one is, I think, the first time for me that it has been made this easy. So usually there's like these separate ones, so there's like this power LED and HDD LED and like power button, reset button and those things, and you have like connect them one at a time. But finally this one here is just like a similar connector. So again you see that there's like this blank on the corner, and then you connect it to this one here, and you see there where there's the blank on the corner, there's no connector on this one either. So that's all easy then. Just personal preference, it looks better in my opinion coming from below as opposed to the side. Oh yeah, I guess I will see how it looks. I guess it could maybe look better, yeah, from coming from below than like coming from the side. Yeah, that is true. So yeah, maybe we'll change it like that. True. So yeah, then we have, I think this was just the like the fans. I think they are the front fans there. So it's just like power for a fan. Let's see where those have. Where do we have those? I think we might have them on the side somewhere. Do we have them on here? Okay, yeah, there's fans. All these three here are fans. Yeah, chassis fans. So like from the case. The thing I'm wondering about is, can I like untie this zip tie and does this make it longer? So would this last cable bit here be longer if I did? Doesn't look like it will be. Let's see. Yeah, not really. Just these guys could maybe go somewhere else. But yeah, let's connect this one first and see what we do with the rest of them. So now we could push all of the rest of them out. There's still the one connector here. I think this was just like a normal USB. But I have to say this is a weird looking connector. I wonder where this one would go. I don't think I've seen this before. I think it said USB on it somewhere, I think. Did it? Maybe I'm wrong. Oh yeah, it does say USB on the side of the cable there. Oh, I think it needs to go there. So right next to where the other USB also goes. So both of those USBs we have will go from the side then. So we should have plenty of space to put those powers for the graphic card from here. So we'll just again hoist it up, so we get these cables from the bottom instead of the top part. Although I guess we could like first install the GPU, because I think the power we can push in while it's like upwards. So just that we don't want to put in the GPU when it's upwards. I will first like dry test it. So like basically put it somewhere where it would approximately be at. The reason I'm doing this is that I can see which of these brackets I need to remove. So because we need to remove, actually I don't know if you can see those sides. Let's move you guys a bit. So wait, the screw was not tight enough. I can't believe this. Let's hope that this doesn't make it so that the screw will be like completely done with when I need to use this as a mic boom then. But yeah, so I like try tested it, so I know that these two need to be removed. So because usually I always start with this one and then I have to put it back, because even though the GPU starts from here, this first one here usually, on my experience at least, can be the So I'll just have to remove these two. But that's again like it depends on the size of your. Let's take the smaller screwdriver if I find it. So here. Depends on the size of your GPU. How many of these you need to remove and which ones. Because like I mentioned sometime when I was like taking this away from my like older PC, that some of them are like wider. GPUs usually take 2.5 of those slots. I don't think I've ever had like wide enough to take 2.5, but I know that the newer ones, because that's what I was mentioning, that like 5000 series, 4000 series, I think they are like chunkier now. So I do think the newer ones do take a lot more than just the two. But I think this one is for 2. I think I need to take more. Let's see. I could be wrong. I have been wrong before, guys. But I think this one is a solid 2 slots. So again, we try to align it. Guys, you're in the way. You're in the way of this process. But I'm wondering if this ledge thingy, if I need to move it myself now, if this works. Because there's this lever here. Oh yeah, it does drop on its own. So yeah, this is a solid 2 card slots. Two card slots worth. It does sag a little bit already, so I think I should have gotten one of those like extendable brackets or whatever you call those, that you can like put in so that it supports it from below. I can't believe this screw just messed up. Do we take the, isn't it 4090 like 4? Yeah, I think they're gigantic. Yeah, I think the newer ones are like massive. So they are like definitely more than 2 and almost like 4-ish, I would say, assume, like at least 3. I don't know if they would make 2.5, because I feel like it would be, well, I guess this is sort of already 2.5, because it does go on the way, like in the way of the other bracket here, but it's not like you need to remove more than two of these brackets. 5080 is almost 4, yeah. I think the performance increase they've gotten is just like increasing the size of these cards. Apparently Founders edition is 3.5. That's so you need to remove like 3 of these irons then, like these brackets, and it just like goes further than the brackets would make it seem. Sorry about blocking the view. I'm just screwing this right here. But yeah, so then I usually do a little test that it doesn't move on its own, so it's like all the way there, and that's all good. It's the heat sinks that are growing in size. Yeah, that's also true, of course. But I think it's like, if you know about like the dimensions, like width and stuff, they also like increased in width, like both the length and stuff. So I think the whole circuit board is also bigger. I could be wrong. I have like not really checked on the circuit board sizes, but I would assume that's one of the reasons too. But could be that it's just that they need to make more of the heatsink. I just feel like then, well, I guess you would like, there's a limit to how thick you can make it. But yeah, just that they're like, there's now, because I remember back then, like when I was starting with these builds and stuff, that there was only these few dimensions or like distances, whatever you call them, measures you needed to be like wary of. One of them being like that, okay, how high is your cooler? Like, can it fit inside the case? But now there's so many other things. There's like, okay, how about the like the length of your GPU? So yeah, the PCB isn't actually that large. The new cards have push/pull fans nowadays. Okay, see. So it's not that the board is getting any. The board is actually pretty small on a 5090, so they can pull the air through the card. Yeah, I see. So it's not that the circuit board side of PCB hasn't gotten any larger then. But yeah, it's crazy then that it's just that the heating is causing them to have to make them larger. So that's crazy. But yeah, so I guess from this side, do we actually need to do much on this side? It's crazy how empty it will look. I guess we could add some more fans on the bottom. I don't have any at the moment, so I would need to get some at some point if I wanted to do that. But there's so much empty space with the, because I'm not used to seeing this much empty space with the how I usually have a like air cooler in there. But yeah, hopefully I haven't like forgotten something extremely important. But yeah, so we need to put in the power from the below and then attach the USBs from the side. And of course the back thing there still needs a lot of connecting and I think cable management and stuff as well. But yeah, so we'll start with moving the power cable to go from the bottom. Let's see where you guys are. This does add a sort of like an added difficulty trying to remember and keep you guys up to date as well. How long have we actually been streaming? Do we need to change the microphone? It's been almost 5 hours, so soon. Makes sense to have gigantic coolers when the 5090 pulls 1000 watt max. Oh yeah, definitely needed then. So yeah, so then like I mentioned, we now have put in these. Wait, was it this? Yeah, so these are the power cables for the graphics card, so we'll just put them from the below then instead. Wondering how do we spin them, because there's so much extra. I think we definitely will have extra. So do we go from between here or let's see if I can pull them from this side then. I have 2 of the cables now, but some of them are like stuck between something. Guys, help me. Guys, you're not helping. There's another cable I'm trying to... That's the wrong one. Hello? Okay, so now they are now on the right side. I wonder if I should do the order again, because there's the front connector cable, so I maybe want to put that behind them. So now we come in with the cables. So yeah, here we need all the 8 pins, so you're not seeing this, but so in here we do need the like extended versions of these guys. I'm here guessing which way they go, but I guess this is... I hope I have the correct ones, because again these are like, they were loose, so you didn't really see which ones were the... which cables were coming in with either of them. But here I'm hoping I have the right ones. We should have plenty extra length here as well because of the... because we go from bottom side from below and we have the PCU there as well, so by all means we should have... I'll again take some support from there. This went in like really easily, maybe even too easily. So yeah, those are now connected. It does look neat, I guess, from going from the below the case. So yeah, then there were the few of these white cables still. This was the USB 3 and there was another one. Wonder where did that go? Yeah, it's this one here. Since we'll be putting them from the side, I think I will maybe take them from here. From here onwards. Let's see what was the Yeah, so they go from, so we need them from here, this cable, and the other one goes right next to it. I wonder if there's a difference between which way we connect this from. God damn the jumping when it goes on those rubbers on it. Oh yeah, you can actually see this connector. I think there's only one way it goes in there, and I think it's supposed to tell you. But yeah, maybe we take you guys, because there's light with you, so I will maybe take advantage of that. No helping just there. Can't believe this, guys. Can't believe this. I was hoping you guys would be helping. This was supposed to be like a together thing, that we would be doing this together, the all of us. So this would go there as well. I don't know if we need extra on this, so if we need to like loosen it from this one here, because there's so much of this guy. I think we're good with this. Can we try not to jump this too much? Just lift it instead. So yeah, let's put it like this. Let's try and get you guys closer a little bit. You're coming in whether you want it or not. So yeah, this one is easy to connect. This one you can easily see how it's made to be, like how it's supposed to go there. So it's just like you turn it like this into the connector, and there it is. Guess we could maybe put it from there. So that's now connected, but this one you can maybe see that it's not like symmetrical. I've never connected one of these. I'm trying to see the port, like which side of that looks like wide end, because this one you can see the top part is a bit wide. I think you can see that. I don't know how well does it focus on it. But yeah, I'm trying to see on that connector, like which side would I put it on, but I think it would go like this. Let's see. I think it will not work if it's the wrong way around. So let's gently put it. Yeah, that went in really easily. So that's there, I guess. So yeah, that's, I think, all of them connected. Only the other side. I was editing rain meter skins, so I'm not sure how to help. What is a rain meter skin? What do you mean by that? That sounds very nice. But yeah, so there's also like these. I guess there's some few stickers we could also maybe remove at this time now. I don't know if there were any others. Maybe there were, but we left them there. Master liquid. So yeah, then the only side that we still need to work on is the other side. I think the cables are looking quite snappy. Like I have to say I'm a bit proud of that. And I know Finnish people are not supposed to be proud, but that looks good. All looks good to me. Of course, the other side is the big question mark. It's like a custom desktop widget application. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Very nice. But yeah, so we'll do the back of this. I guess that's the end, assuming it all works. Because again, that's the big question we have then. Like, will it start? Will it run? I guess will it boot is the question. Oh, sorry, I smacked you guys. So yeah, it is getting really heavy now. So yeah, so then we need to do some cable management here. Like, where do we place all of these guys? Could maybe place them onto the side here, like this. I think we could zip tie them together, and maybe to this part here. Maybe we just put them through it. Yeah, this was harder than I thought. Can't believe I've done this. Wait, are these zip tied together or are they just... I think they might just be tight. I will move the camera in just a second. Let me just trash myself with these. So let's take you guys a bit like this, mayhaps. Would this be okay? Is that some weather app or something? I mostly display system info in text format like current IP, etc. Oh, I see, I see. So you're ready to dox yourself. That's nice. That's really nice. So yeah, here we have the power cable for these guys. There's also some spins and stuff in here. I guess those are all good. It's all okay. Just need to make sure that we have the cables that we do need to connect. So this one goes to this one. So the bottom SATA cable goes to the SSD and then this upper one goes. Oh yeah, this one is the one we were like planning on putting still. So this is the one we didn't finish doing. So the power for the CPU is going there underneath. We could maybe put this one as well, like underneath there. At least the first part. So we'll put this guy with it. So they are both there. Both of them are there then. Like so. So now we're basically just enjoying the journey. Wait, it goes like this. Enjoyment time. Yeah, so that's the power connected. I don't think this one needs to go onto any of those cable connectors. I don't think there's even enough like length to do that even if we wanted to, because this one is a tight fit. Well, that should be there as well. And then we have the SATA connectors. I think previously we were basically just YOLOing them above them, but yeah, I guess that works. I was thinking if we want to do anything fancier, but no one will see them. That's the downside of making this really fancy. This backside here is that no one will see them. Yeah, exactly what Bingy Pong Gestures typed. The backside of the PC is like the closet at home where you stick all the junk you've collected over the years. Yeah, that's exactly true. Where I just like ended up here as well. That it doesn't really matter how neatly I organize all of this. That no one will ever see this, except for this stream, of course. But outside of this stream, I don't think there will be anyone like witnessing this, whether it's a masterpiece or not. So I guess as long as like all of this fits. Because here you can basically see what's the height level. So these guys, of course, are like above where the side of the panel will be, but of course these guys can also be like pressed downwards. So those are also like not like in the way. We could maybe put in a zip tie or two here to keep them always in the same position. That I guess would be neater than how they are now. So let's put in a zip tie there. Since we do have so many zip ties, why not use them? I'm not usually the one to use a lot of zip ties because I feel like I have this weird thing that I might come back to it. Who knows, maybe I'll come back to it. But you do have so many of these zip ties that you rarely ever run out, so I don't think that's a good reason not to use them. So I'll just put this underneath here and zip tie all these guys together. Actually, I could have taken a longer one. Well, I guess this works. So no biggie. So like this. That's all good, I think. So yeah, did I forget anything? I don't think. Hopefully not, because I have these like these hard drives connected. Sometimes actually I was thinking, do I do it this time as well? Sometimes when I have these like older hard drives, I don't connect them immediately. And the reason I don't do that is when I start these like Windows installations from like the USB stick and whatever, they usually identify these before the M2 hard drives, and they like suggest that you install the Windows on one of these lower ones. And it's easiest to know if you just don't have any of them installed. So because sometimes they're a bit cryptic on like what hard drive is which when you only see like numbers and stuff. Because again, like when you have the same sized ones and all that stuff, so it's hard to know. In here, for example, I have 2 terabyte ones. This SSD one, the 2.5 inch one, is a terabyte one, and then I have the M2 SSD that I put in on the motherboard. That's also a terabyte one. So the size doesn't also like tell me anything in this instance. Also can't believe there's a Jack ride coming in. Can't believe this. Hello Sunnyside Jack and the Raiders. We are just finishing up the PC build here. Hopefully that is. I was also explaining the logic behind it. I was thinking, do I unconnect the hard drives here, eat the wires? Yeah, we are thinking of eating the wires here. Can't believe. Hello Skelly. Can't believe there's another Skelly, because we also have a skeleton jelly sometimes in the chat, who we also call Skelly here. Also hello Anitcha. Hello Chrome. Hello Jack. Hello Jackass. Also hello Martin and Snowsy. We're checking it up in here. Hell yeah, sorry I really got a radar. No worries, no worries. No worries, Jack, that's all good. So yeah, I think this is, I guess we could maybe, just to be safe, I will unconnect the hard drive so that I don't accidentally install the new Windows on this. God damn, it's tight. Install a new Windows on this, like older ones. But yeah, I guess then it's the moment of truth, I guess. So we'll just have to put in the power cable and hope for the best. I'm trying to think if I'm seeing any like loose cables and stuff, but yeah, let's see the other side. So if Jack is still here to see the magnificence of like a, I would say that wiggled way too much. I would say it's a clean looking one. So this is what we have inside. Also, I could maybe show myself so you guys know who you're talking with. But yeah, this is also me. Hello guys. But yeah, so this is what we ended up with. Looking good on the PC. I think it did end up quite nice. This is the first time I've had an AIO, so like an all-in-one water cooling system. So it's also like something I'm not used to. I also have to show you guys because it's goddamn diabolical. The previous PC I had, I did some scavenging, so I took the graphics card from it, but just take a look at this previous case I had. It's also from NZXT, but it's apparently it has like ABS plastic, and just look at that color, guys. the color on this plastic is absolutely diabolical. So I heard from Skeleton Jelly chatter here that the ABS plastic yellows in the sunlight. So this upper part is like plastic here, and the front part is also plastic. And then all the metal parts are like stayed white because of like, obviously nothing has been happening to it other than sunlight. But yeah, so that's the diabolical previous case I had, and this hopefully won't stain like it, because this is like just plain metal, all of this here. So let's hope this one will stay better. But yeah, so that's the build we have now. PC making, yeah, we were doing some upgrades here. That's a Choke CPU, Chonka, yeah. Yeah, the previous one I had on my previous PC had like this massive Noctua one. So yeah, that's the previous setup. And this one, as you can see, there's so much empty space now in this one, since I have like I'm not used to seeing these so empty. But yeah, there's like space for more fans on the bottom here, so we'll see if we add some later on. How warm it runs, I guess it depends on that. But yeah, so then I guess I'll need to somehow, somewhere, where did I put it? There's a power cable here, surely. Yeah, this one is the one. So we'll do the test. But yeah, so I'm amateur. You can call me Saku or amateur, and mostly we're doing house construction on these streams. But we did some gaming last Saturday, and I noticed my PC is not up to the task, so we needed some upgrades here. That's what I then. That's the reason we got these parts. There's a command for new parts. I think it was where you can see it's a AMD 9900 X3D is the processor. The GPU, so the graphics card, is still the older one, so that's what I scavenged from my previous PC. So that's still a 3080. Let's see if I upgrade that at some point later. Because now I have like my previous PC is basically otherwise runnable, but it just lacks a graphics card, so it would be easy to get that to as a secondary PC, or maybe a PC for my girlfriend. So for that sake, I might have to get a GPU soon for that as well. But yeah, so now the power cable is attached. I'll also check how long have we been live, because I only have microphone power for like 6 hours. I get 5 hours 10 minutes. I can switch, so it's not a big deal, but it's just that whether or not I need to. So now we have the power on the. Oh yeah, we don't even have the case closed from the, like, we don't have the upper part of the case on. So let's put that in there first, maybe, because I don't think we need to open this part even if it fails. Like, even if we have bamboozled something, I think this one should still be all good. Snap, snap, snap. So that's the top part on. The GPU wiggling, yeah, that's giving me anxiety there. I think I need to buy one of those holder thingies, because it's already, you can see this is an old one, like I mentioned, it's already sagging a little bit. And I don't think, I was thinking earlier that okay, only the newer ones, the heavier ones sag, but this you can already see that it's sagging a bit. And also like the way it wiggled with the rubber feet this one has, it's already giving me anxiety there. But you can see there's at least there's the LED light on the corner there. You can see, I think you can see it on the camera, yeah. So I think that's a good sign already. So I guess we could try and, where do we have to film it so that you can see me press the button as well? Where do we put you guys? So I'm assuming there should be some lights if I press the power button. Let's see. Guys, it survived. It's on. Guys, it seems that I may have not failed anything. Even as an amateur, it seems that you can build a PC. Not that this is my first one. It's like my maybe 15th or something, like overall. But yeah, so far everything seems to be working. Both the fans on the front here and the fans on the upper part here. The pump has lights on it, so I'm assuming that's all working. I don't think there's much to tell from those. So yeah, that's all good. Unfortunately, I don't think we can do much more on stream, so like installing Windows and stuff, because there's so much like personal info and stuff. But yeah, so I shut it down. That's all good. So I don't think there's much we can do on stream on that aspect. We can maybe wiggle it a little bit more. Wiggle the GPU. No, just kidding. Yeah, GPU bracket might be a good purchase. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, that I definitely need one of those. I will actually have to check if they have them nearby, so I could just go and pick one up, because then I wouldn't need to like necessarily need to close this up already. Because I could well, I guess it depends, because you can also I can show you the setup I'm working on. So first of all, I think the easiest way to show you where you guys are on, I guess I can show you the chat phone. So this is phone for the chat. So you can see there's like a ring light at the moment. So you guys are attached to a ring light. There's a camera, but this is actually like a boom for a microphone that you guys are on at the moment. That this is the setup that I'd then be working with. So there's a 48-inch monitor in the middle. I think there were 28-inch monitors on the sides, like portrait wise. So these two on the sides are 28 inches and the middle one is 48 inches. And there's hardly any space behind the behind the table there, so that's why I'm hoping this is not too much wider than the previous PC I had, because there's you can see there's a slimmer of space there that I had the PC, because this is like a standing desk as well, so you can lift it up. It's a bit on the edge with the weight, because it's a bit heavy setup, but it has been lifting it up. Holy monitors, yeah. At least everything got power. Yeah, I think so far it looked like everything is working. So I have high hopes. I'm confident on this. But yeah, we also, you might see that there's hardly any space here because we had to move this whole thing because like I'm usually just sitting in front of this, but now we also need to have like a way to go to the kitchen. So I had to move this whole setup a bit. So this whole living room I'm settled in is a mess at the moment. But you can also see the arm here. So this is like the microphone arm. And I did buy a microphone and stuff, but it's all a mess at the moment. But yeah, I think since we'll mostly be doing like gaming streams during winter time, I think we will definitely be up and running by then. Surely. Yeah, setup. But are those all piggies? Do I see piggies on the desk? Yeah, I can actually, maybe we can go close. Those are crocheted plushies. I don't think there's anything unsafe like docs wise on the desk. I don't think. I will just take a peek. Yeah, I don't think there's anything. Like I could, if there were like receipts and stuff, that could be an issue. But yeah, there's a massive amount of crocheted piggies and stuff. Like there's also, I can show you the other stuff. Let's do a setup tour. There's like bears and stuff. So this, for example, is a crocheted bear that's made by my girlfriend, and then there's like 1,000 of these piggies everywhere. The light is a bit rough on these, but yeah, but there's a million of these. There's also a walrus with like horns and stuff. So yeah, I have this. My setup has been absolutely invaded by all these plushies that my girlfriend keeps making. So, but I don't complain. There's also like small. I think these are called chicks, I guess, like small chickens. So there's also some of these guys as well here. So my setup is invaded. Can't believe this. But yeah, the microphone is beeping. If I would need to change the microphone. But I guess we could also like start writing out ourselves, because the PC is now built, and I would think I will go continue next on like installing the Windows and stuff. And again, unfortunately, I don't think we can do that on stream with how it would be like doxing us immediately. I'll turn you guys back to the PC for the final shot. Final shots, I guess. But yeah, so we have 1,000 plushies. There's like we have this redeem for like this Avant plushie. I can show you guys without the redeem as well. So there's like this plushie for scooping, because we've done a lot of construction with an Avant machine, and this is like a plushie from Avant, so like the manufacturer of the machine. So we have all these plushies as mascots on the stream here. They're so cute. Yeah, I do like them. My girlfriend is really talented on the crocheting side. Table littered with piglets, yeah, and all other animals. It's like a whole zoo here. Can't be doing any gaming with the whole zoo at night. Trying to focus. But yeah, let's see where my phone is. I'm actually curious, where did I leave that one? Maybe it's here. Yeah, I think it's here. So let's see if I was thinking of raiding Jack myself, because like I saw he was like live before I was, but I guess seeing that he was live before me, it all makes sense that he would end before me then as well. Can't believe this. But yeah, let's see if there's anyone else live we could join in on then. So just bear with me a second. Now we'll take a gander, like a propaganda. Can't believe there's no one from, I don't think. Although I have been like checking that up and not like seeing anyone before. So if you guys have any suggestions on who to raid, I'm always happy to take those. I will have to double check, because I have like previously checked that okay, there's none of the people that I'm like I know. Not saying that I like need to know people to raid them, but just that it's easier to start with that list. But yeah, I don't think none of the people I frequent are live. Just telling my own stream, like, yeah, that's not gonna help. So guys, if you have any raid suggestions, we can go. If there's any communities you'd like to share us with. I don't know if that's a proper English though. Apologies, can't believe this. But yeah, we'll end this absolute madness. It has taken us a long time to build this. Like there were some clapping breaks and stuff, and I think we did like this thing here we installed twice, so we like unscrewed all of these and put them back again, because the first way I had them with the cables were coming like towards us like they were now, but instead then, like I was there, we need to put them the other way around so we get the cables neat and tidied up to the back of the case. So again, this was my first water-cooled PC build, so you live and learn, I guess. That's all good. But yeah, so I guess we'll be ending here. I don't think I found anyone to raid, at least from the people I'm like getting suggested. I don't know any of these people. Like trying to find like nicknames that say something to me, like someone else has raided or something. Actually, now I think there might be someone. I think Lizzie is someone that at least Nat has raided multiple times. So let's go there maybe. That's a familiar name at least. I think I've been there from Nat's raid a few times. Maybe even do I dare use the /raid command, because I have had like streamers that I watch sometimes typo those and they end up in like a channel that's not in use, and that's to me like diabolical. But I guess that's something that of course can happen and could happen here as well, so let's see guys what happens. But yeah, so thank you guys for joining us. Let's see if that worked. It seems to be working. Very nice. But yeah, so we'll be reading in 90 seconds, so we have plenty of time to yap still. But yeah, so thank you guys for joining. We'll see you next. I think we'll have a Sunday stream. We were first discussing that we won't have a Sunday stream, but I think we'll have a Sunday stream on the plot, and we'll do some more work there. So we'll be working on the foundation. This is me again. Hello guys. Hello. So we'll be working on the foundation. So there's the gravel currently on the plot where we'll be building our house on, and from there onwards we need to put some insulation boards and then the foundation molds and stuff. So that's the next step. We might be there tomorrow, but I don't think we'll be streaming tomorrow. So I think the next stream will be Sunday. I'll put more of that on Discord, so I can actually put in the, let's see if I'm fast enough with the command, because there's a command for Discord if you guys want to catch up on the updates on schedule and stuff. So that's, hopefully that went through. Mayhaps. Yeah, it did. Very nice. So yeah, so there's the Discord where I put in the schedule. This week definitely was a absolute horrible schedule wise, because it kept changing. There were stuff that we had like things we do and that changed, and then again today we changed. Like I have been all over the place with the schedule.